I speak to you in the name of love. In the name of love, we come, we go. Peace. In the name of love. In the name of love, we exist forever. We are the thrashing floor, the opening door. In the name of love.
Brothers and sisters, this is part 3. Part 3 is going to show my relationship with my dear brother, ancestor, Amiri Baraka, also known as Leroy Jones. We enjoyed a 47-year relationship, friendship, comradeship. He was my mentor and my associate, and we were part of the nucleus of the movers and shakers of the Black Arts Movement, the most radical, artistic, and literary movement in American history. Of course, Baraka began his Black Arts Repertory Theater in Harlem almost immediately after the assassination of Malcolm X in 1965, when he fled the village and came to Harlem, more or less in trauma and shock at the assassination of Malcolm X. And in the first segment, we will deal with his transition from Greenwich Village into Harlem and the founding of the Black Arts Movement Repertory Group Theater. This interview, actually conversation, we had a conversation at the Lannan Foundation in Santa Fe, New Mexico in 2009. And we discussed the whole history of his evolution into the Black Arts Movement, which became a national movement. And in 1966, we out here on the West Coast established the Black Arts West Theater on Fillmore Street, near Fillmore and Turk, across street from Trees Pool Hall, and an old abandoned theater. So let's begin with this audio conversation with Amiri Baraka and myself at the Lannan Foundation.
This podcast is brought to you by Lannan Foundation and is available at podcast.lannan.org.
Good evening. I'm supposed to introduce Mr. Baraka. Mr. Baraka asked me to read a couple of poems at some point. So what I tried to do is decide how I could please my host and please Mr. Baraka. So what I'm going to try to do is give him a poetic introduction. From my poetry.
I think you'll get something out of it, and then you get a little better understanding of where I'm coming from when we have our conversation. So let me start with this little poem called Poetics 2000. Not something cute, monkey sounds. Poetry will raise the dead, make Lazarus stand. Do not kill us, put us to sleep. Sleepy time tea poems. Weak works take us nowhere. Stealing time from truth. Hiding truth with fact. Particles, articles. Make us stumble in darkness. We sit seeking light. Wake us up poems. Hard dick poems. Pussy poems work too. I still love pussy. But make us stand poems, shout, cry, scream poems. Watch your theme, anything don't go. Let the mirror hear, the shadow. Let your mama hear. If it's good, she will slap you. Beat your ass. Like Leroy, calling himself a Mary, a prince. Mama named him King Leroy. He told me he wanna be a prince. Dumb Negro. So be a king poem. No acrobatics. Speak straight and plain about the world. Like Clay in The Dutchman. Save a life poem. Free a people poem. Cold water, thirsty man poem. Close a naked mind poem. Cut a paragraph. Revise, revise, revise. Edit. Discard a page or two. Nothing holy. Your doo-doo ain't sacred. You don't own words. You're just learning to talk. Peace. And then on a more serious note, in terms of introduction, I wrote this poem after the Barakas lost their daughter. And Baraka was talking the other night about what causes us to write and what makes us write and all of that. And I've lost a son, so it was very easy for me to write this poem. It wasn't difficult. But this is when parents bury children for the Barakas. Death, a pain nothing can kill. No words suffice. No tears complete. We are numb, alive yet dead inside. We walk with pride that hides open wounds, bleeding. Only you can see, touch, feel. Others try. Some are true, honest. But do they really know the pain of loss? A child so bright, so young. Now the emptiness forever, except the memory of all the yesterdays from birth to now. Thoughts of joy confound, yet make us smile if only for a moment. Like eternity, and is gone into the night of forever. And so we walk crippled, yet brave each day, wondering, pondering the price of life and love. The cost of moments lost, yet found again as we walk and talk to the spirit world, where death does not enter. Only living water flows as we flow between life and spirit, which are one. Now I'm going to close out with this little poem. And it speaks of the difference and the contrast between Mr. Baraka and myself. Mr. Baraka sees God in nothing. I see God in everything. All is God. God is all. God is the people. God is the cow. God is the horse. God is the tree. God is the river. God is the fish. God is the child. God is the youth. God is the old people. God is the poor. God is the rich. God is the hungry. God is the sick. God is the dope fiend. God is the alcoholic. God is the sinner. No God but God. What if there's no God but God? What if God is the captive you won't liberate? What if God is the child you won't love, the mama you hate, the daddy you hate? What if there's no God but God? What if God is the fear you won't release? What if God is the pain you won't release? What if God is the love you won't release? What if God is the tears you won't cry? What if God is the lies you tell? What if God is the mountain you won't climb? What if God is the success you won't try, the beauty you don't see? What if God is the time running out the hourglass? What if God is the body you refuse to heal, the mind you refuse to feed? What if? What if God is ready when you ain't ready? What if God is ready when you get ready? What if? What if there's no God but God? What if God is the forgiveness you won't give? What if God is the denial you drown in like a hog in slop? What if God is the peace in your house, the love in your life, the joy in your face, the happiness in your heart, the thankfulness of your smile? What if there's no God but God? What if my life and death are all for God? Not for a woman, not for a man, not over a woman, not over a man. My life and death are all for God. What if I grieve for nothing because God is everything? What if God wants, I won't? What if God don't want, I don't want? What if God has, I have? What if God don't have, I don't want? What if there's no God but God? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to present my friend, my comrade, my mentor, my teacher, Amiri Baraka.
That was Marvin X, you heard. He said that he's just tweaking me because I'm a communist. I only believe in people, you know. But we will see what we will see, like they said, you know. Patrick Lannon asked me to read a poem that I wrote a long, long time ago. What did I do with it? Oh. And it's interesting because this poem came at a time when I was turning away from my Beat Generation ways, where people would say that poets should not be involved in politics. This is like what? This was in the first book of mine called The Dead Lecturer. No, the second book called The Dead Lecturer. And this is for a painter who was a great friend of mine, Basil King, abstract painter. It's called Political Poem. Luxury, then, is a way of being ignorant comfortably. An approach to the open market of least information, where theories can thrive under heavy tarpaulins without being cracked by ideas. I have not seen the earth for years and think now possibly dirt is negative, positive, but clearly social. I cannot plant a seed, cannot recognize the root with clearer dent than indifference. Though I eat and shit as a natural man, getting up from the desk to secure a turkey sandwich and answer the phone. The poem undone by my station and the bad words of Newark. Raised up to the breach we seek to fill for this crumbling century, the darkness of love, in whose sweating memory all error is forced. Undone by the logic of any specific death, old gentlemen who still follow fires, though are quieter and less punctual. It is a polite truth we are left with. Who are you? What are you saying? Something to be dealt with as easily. The noxious game of reason saying, no, No, you cannot feel. Like my dead lecturer, lamenting through gypsies his fast suicide. So that's a very old poem. Thank you. I want to read, first I want to read a poem I wrote over a year ago during that campaign. And it was done, Associated Press did it on a video. They never sent me a copy, but it's called Imagine Obama Talking to a Fool. To lead is what we fought. We're fighting now. We've been at war for equality, equal citizenship, rights. Are those ours? No, not yet. Our struggle, self-determination is always by the moment, is on us, always as our skin is gleaming inside and outside with the fulfilled beauty of promise. As an eye arrow streaks through the darkness toward itself at thousands of miles an hour. We are ourselves always full of ourselves. What we know is boundless as our everybody, all our hands and muscles, our swiftness is itself a thought, not a thought, but a being, a seeing that, yes, we want to lead. We are not fools or forever weaker than that self that could be him, them, her, they. We can raise this stupid, filthy place. We can strangle foolishness where it lurks and hurl it into ha-has of imbecility. Why would you taunt a person with skeletons challenged by the Enlightenment? So they turn the hood backwards and now can see nothing but how their weak breath makes the bed sheet soggy. Yes, we can lead. We will anyway. But we want to lead. What's wrong with that? We can. And with all this mountain pile of wrong, backward, dumb, dishonest, boring, filthy thing you or they have created, this thing that I have hated, it cannot be a surprise that someone else should see this world through their own eyes. Yes, I want to lead. You have already failed. We have all heard those songs, those tales. I want to lead. You have already failed. Thank you. This is from a book called Somebody Blew Up America. The first poem I'm going to read is a poem from my town. I come from Newark, New Jersey, bad little town, Newark, New Jersey. But it always made me know, no matter where I went, I knew somebody was badder than anybody they had seen. It's called In Town. This was done on a record with a rap group called Roots. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's Monk's mood. Something in the way of things. Something that will quit and won't start. Something you know but can't stand, can't know, but get along with. Like death, riding on top of the car, peering through the windshield for his cue. Something entirely fictitious and true that creeps across your path, hallooing your evil ways like they were yourself, passing yourself, not smiling. The dead guy you saw me talking to is your boss. I tried to put a spell on him, but his spirit is illiterate. I know things you know and nothing you don't know, except I saw something in the way of things, something grinning at me. And I wanted to know, was it funny? Was it so funny it followed me down the street, greeting everybody like the good humor man? And they got to taste the good humor, but no ice cream. It was like that, me talking across people into the houses and not seeing the beings crowding around me with ice picks. You could see them, but they looked like important Negroes on the way to your funeral. They looked like important jigaboos on the way to your auction. They let them chant the numbers and use an ivory pointer to count your teeth. Remember Step and Fetch It? How we laughed, knowing it was Sunday school images given flesh and jiggling with the ice pick high over his head made you laugh anyway. I can see something in the way of ourselves. That's why I say the things I do. You know it. But it's something else to you. Like that job this morning when you got there, it was quiet and the machines were yearning soft behind you, yearning for their nigger to come up and give up his life. Standing there being dissed and broke and troubled. My mistake is I kept saying that was proof God didn't exist. And you told me, no, it was proof that the devil do. But still, it's like I see something. I hear things. I saw words in the white boy's lying rags say you was going to die, poor and frustrated. That them dreams walk with you across town is going to die from overwork. That the garbage on the street is telling you you ain't shit and you almost believe it. Broke and mistaken all the time. You know some of the words, but they ain't the right ones. Your cable back on, but ain't nothing on it you can see. But I see something in the way of things. Something make us stumble. Something get us drunk from noise and addicted to sadness. I see something and feel something stalking us like an ugly thing floating at our back, calling us names. You see it and hear it too, but you say it got a right to exist just like you. And if God made it, but then we got to argue and the light gonna come down around us. Even though we remember where the bank is, we remember the Negro squinting at us through the cage. You seen what I see too. A smile that ain't a smile, but teeth flying against our necks. You see something too, but can't call its name. Bam 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 do da do da do da 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 da. Ain't it too bad, y'all said? Ain't it too bad? Such a nice boy, always kind to his mother, always say good morning to everybody on his way to work. But that last time before he got locked up and hurt real bad, I seen him walking toward his house and he wasn't smiling and he didn't even say hello. But I knew he'd seen something in the way of things, and it worked on him like a doing will, and he kept marching faster and faster away from us and never even muttered a word. Then the next day he was gone. You want to know what I'm talking about? Saying I seen something in the way of things, and how the boy's face looked that day just before they took him away. There isn't that face. Remember all the other faces and all the many places you've seen him or the sister with his child wandering up the street. Remember what you've seen in your own mirror and didn't for a second recognize the face, your own face straining to get out from behind the glass. Open your mouth like he was going to say something. Close your eyes and remember what you saw, what it made you feel like. Now, don't you see something else? Something cold and ugly, not invisible, but blended with the shadow crisscrossing. The old man squatting by the drugstore at the corner with his head resting uneasily on his folded arms. And the boy that smiled, and the girl he went with, and in my eyes too, a waving craziness, splitting them into the jet stream of a blackbird, his ass on fire, or the solemn notness of where we go to know we're going to be happy. I seen something, and you seen it too. You just can't call its name. Thank you. When I was a kid, I used to read Japanese and Chinese poetry. You know, that's weird. A little black kid in Newark reading Japanese and Chinese poetry, you know. But I was a weird little kid, apparently. And so I read this stuff called haiku. So I created something for Afro-Americans called a loku. We don't count the syllables, you know, we don't have time. So it's just short, if you know what I mean. Quick, you know. And I always use Bud Powell's Un Poco Loco, which means a little crazy. Un Poco Loco. Bam, 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 da, 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 da. Geobolical. According to the devil, when he was first thrown out of heaven, he landed in England. I believe him. Dun, 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 dun. Question with no air. Why are they so crazy? 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 Why? Dun, 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 dun. The pet's reward. On Miss Daisy's deathbed, she told Morgan Freeman he was her best friend. So what about the dog? Dun, 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 dun. Silent night. Whenever the devil is disguised as God, he is called Santa Claus. Dun, 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 dun. Was it ever so quiet the room began to ask you questions? Dun, 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 dun. Adventures in Negrosity. A Negro tried to cash himself of money at a bank. He got arrested as a counterfeit nickel. Dun, 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 dun. Culture. European Jews say the devil speaks perfect German. Black Americans, on the other hand, say he speaks pretty good English, too. Dun, 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 dun. Heaven appeared with property. God with slavery. Heaven appeared with property. God with slavery. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Catch 27. The real problem is you don't know the real problem. Dun, 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 dun. Low coup for Bush 2. The main thing wrong with you is you ain't in jail. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. In the funk world, if Elvis Presley is king, who is James Brown? God? Dun, 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 dun. Thank you very much. See, if I start reading them local, I could read them all night. See, that's how I have to get off that, every once in a while, I've got some more poems that I want to read here, but I'm not sure that I got them in any order I can find, So, there was a guy used to be in American movies. I don't know if you know him. He used to run around. He had no shirt on. He would always be harassing the Africans. It's a white dude named Tarzan. But then he started getting fat. His stomach started coming out. So they had to put a shirt on him. And when they put a shirt on him, they called him Jungle Jim. So Jungle Jim came to the United States and became the governor of California. This is Night in Tunisia by Dizzy Gillespie. It's called Jungle Jim Flunks His Screen Test. James, you should know how the world makes you ugly. James, very ugly. Ugly, we used to say back in the playground. Just touching the surface of the thing, not understanding that there's ugly, there's ugly, then various deeper degrees like dirty ugly, sick ugly, devil ugly, death ugly, right on till you get to the bottom of the beginning of some shit too ugly to be dug by mere you, man. I never seen that deepest, dirtiest past serial killer ugly. I seen Bush too, and his charcoal imp dummy Neil Bent. I seen a lot. A Bilbo, a thing wrapped in white sheets carrying his burning soul, disguised as a baking Negro, eyes melting in the snot. I'd seen something so ugly I canceled it out of my mind. And if I try to remember, I get horizontal blinds and blood come out of my fingers. Ugly is the first letter where you is. Satan begin with an S. Put together they is money, a collection of ignorant Medusas, Halloween, piano lessons, and a human skin mask polka dot with blood. Self is above, dead and unconnected, as if floating, defying gravity with the magic of bullshit. Bum, dum, 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 dum. You ugly with it in it because you was the same. You ugly because you know you ugly and say you ain't. You ugly because you eat everybody and belch Hollywood. You ugly because you like it and you want to be ugly and you think ugly cute. You uglier than anybody except who made you ugly. Look between your legs at the flickering light of skyscraper teeth on fire again. And some people say God did it. It was either him or somebody else colored. You ugly because that's how you got rich. But you got more ugly than you got money. With all that money, you're still ugly. The ugliest other thing in the world think you ugly. And happy because you make them feel better. You uglier than Agnew. When you get your PhD in ugly, you will be Hitler's last meal. You uglier than Churchill and Bush, the father's hideous wife. Ghouls say you ugly behind your back. Vampires scared of you. When Clarence Pendleton passed gas, it painted your face all over the room. You uglier than that painting Clarence Thomas got in the attic of his real self, which Oscar Wilde did of him. You uglier than Papa Doc, Hitler and Mobutu. You uglier than Mussolini. Franco and the Swedish Angel is your twin. You uglier than zombie vomit. Uglier than zoo dirt. You the ugliest thing in the human family. And that idea you got saying you human is ugly. You ugly as devil doo-doo. White supremacy in you is identical. You ugly as the brain emptiness of a cracker lynch mob. Dun, 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 dun. You ugly as Falwell dressed as Cab Calloway. You uglier than white people. You uglier than Armstrong Williams. You and Ashcroft as movie stars among the backward dead. All insects look better than you. At your best, you is vomit. Rats run away from you. You is uglier than Dahmer's sweet tooth. You is uglier than the police. War is your makeup. Prison your altar. Assassination your conversation. You think stealing make you better looking. Lying give you an orgasm. Only pain make you smile, but you so ugly, no smile would stay near your face. You drink people's tears and paint your face with their blood. You so ugly when you sleep. Your dreams torture people. Dan, 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 dan. The devil complains when you tell people you him. The devil say you uglier than him, but that could be a trick. Nobody's seen the two of you all together, but the devil dressed better than you. Dan, 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 dan. Your face is a uniform. Clothes won't let you put them on. You cannot fart because gas refuses to stay in your ass. You went to Denmark for sexual transformation, but the doctors could not figure out which sex you were. Dan, 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 dan. You claim not to be dead. Dan, 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 dan. You claim the reason you look the way you do is not your fault. Nature made me like this, you say. Naturally, everything denies it. Jungle Jim, you flunk your screen test. Thank you. Thank you. Ah, boy. Okay. I had a poem, long poem, that I wrote. You know, I used to be the poet laureate of New Jersey. I told the governor that he was making a mistake, that obviously he didn't know anything about poetry, but I can handle it, you know. So, when he came up and they asked me to resign as the poet laureate, I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to apologize. So I wrote a poem that expressed my reaction to that. I'll read the poem last that made them say, you know, that you need to resign. Although it's interesting, though, the governor had to resign the next year. He was having a homosexual affair. A homosexual adulterous affair, you know. Which was the bad thing, because I thought he supported gay rights, but apparently he got out of there. And they did away with the poet laureate position because they couldn't do away with the poet laureate, you know, because they would have to go back in time, you know, ex post facto. So they got rid of the poet laureate's position so that now New Jersey is officially ignorant, you know. Oscar Brown told me, Oscar Brown Jr., before he died, he said, oh, man, New Jersey is something, man. Between McGreevey, the governor, and the Sopranos, you should take it on the road. Dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee. That's Lonnie's Lament by John Coltrane. Dee-dee-dee, 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 dee-dee-dee. Fashion this from the irony of the world. Da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Fashion this from the irony of the world, that I, the undaunted laureate of the place, daunted in some unasjetted pretense of what they see, they be, as if such where they was yet to be, and then to say they is and is not, like revelations. Wow, humans. The skin, the lodging inside dumbness, a slight breeze frees they speech to speak as if acquainted with small things in the world, eating, belching, farting, murder, robbery. And so, as if, and them too they is, but nothing further, but the wee dots on the deletion resembling the minds of them yet to come. Imagine you were me, or imagine you were thee, and we knew all the things both do and is and will ourselves to be. Imagine you were in this place and they wanted to run everywhere, pointless, endless, understanding not even why they smell or they hair fall out or what to do about gout. That they are yet stupid to colds and cancer and death, they think holy and ultimate. When death is simply a report card of the ignorant. Nothing dies but that which never lived, and it might return in a white suit and in charge of ugly small mistakes. Somebody at Harvard could win $1 billion in a post if they could find out, but they never will because it's the reason they committed suicide. Suppose you had to live with ignorant white people and Negroes in cages with important chains around their mouths. Suppose you had heard of Trent Lott. Suppose you woke up 1 a.m. and there was a vampire on the tube being interviewed by a Niggelino boob, a handsome rat for whom the idea of brain was only an idea, which he did not think, if he could, was a bad one. And the boob was a killer yet to graduate from killer school. So he worshipped the vampire's teeth. The 2 juicy fangs hanging from each end of his lip, the Negro thought was hip. And dreamed of having teeth like that so he could be a rat. He was tired of being a mere heel. And the vampire was planning to bite the whole world. To suck the blood out of everything. To suck the blood out of the world and make its future a vampire that could whirl through space and suck the blood out of the stars, suck the blood out of the planets, suck the blood out of the moon, suck the blood out of the sun, and then armed and blubbery fat with everything's blood. Still hot and musical like emptiness, he could lift into the outer wagonosphere and search for God, if there was such, and suck the blood out of him, her, it, them, whatever. Till there was no blood anywhere, not even you, blood. In fact, you be one of the first to go. It was a special issue of Jungle Comics, where the vampire, the thin-nosed kind from the outback who can suck with his teeth and stir with his nose, whose eyes are missing. And what you see is the bottom of a coal mine filled with 2,000 fathoms of lynch execution, missing, raped, cheated, framed, slandered, stolen, frowned, frozen ex-corpuscles, hid under the glistening, listening underwater asscraft of the satanic moron cult, whose breath is toxic and pokes holes in the sky so dead things can shit on our food. He is called Fungool the asshole and dances to dry lips set on fire by missing junkies he has eaten. He is the devil's newspaper and wears his ass backwards so the colon can wear a uniform. And Revelations can be burned, especially chapter 18, verse 12, where it say, beware of ugly motherfuckers who is not really ugly motherfuckers, but uglier, much, 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 much more uglier than that. So spake Nat. Amen. I speak with the rage of angels, them that be with marks. I speak with the clarity and inferno of the necessary, like my man John on Patmos, watching Sky Vision and digging it was all commercials. I speak like Ali Baba, the Arabian Pope, who when he spoke the magic words, open this sucker up, and the mountains swang, envisioned one day there would be a John named Train who would blow the same shit. I blow with the deep fear of John on the island looking at the actual devil. I am like him in that I try to count the Mammy Jammer's heads and horns and find out what will kill him. I speak like him who spoke to Philadelphia and hung out with Jesus before they murdered him. I speak like him who dug that Peter was a coward and gave the Lord up, and that Paul was an anti-Semite who never came out of the closet. I speak as one who knew Judas would drop a dime on the movement and confirm that Chuck had hung his lousy self before I got busted. I speak as one betrayed by the lies of those who say they are religious, but are greed-ridden worshipers of Satan who kill anyone who opposes them and calls it a church of defense against evil. Like John, I would speak. Like John who baptized. Like John the knower, John the blower, John the brown, and John the revelator. I speak like James the brother, James the other, Jim the hip, like Dick the rude, like Bird the high, like Monk the deep. I speak from the island of my soul and cast a terrified look into the sky filled with monsters, with witches and devils, with great whores and beasts, of things with heads and horns and blood dripping out of their eyes. Dee-dee-dee, 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 dee-dee-dee. It is out. Imagine you were here in this place, staring into the soul of something filthy, trying to keep it from murdering you, to keep your eyes from registering, your ears from hearing, your mouth from reporting, and you could feel it breathing on your neck and saw sometimes the shadow of its horny hands reaching out of the blind dark. You could see the shadow of its gun, its lie, its teeth sweating. Imagine you could actually understand its obscene ideas. And they made you enter the mind of Fred Douglass and stare out at the ocean, just as John at the edge of Africa, staring at the overhead commercials on the death of the beast. And so the blessing that is in my name and in my words, I give to myself. And you who are truthful as the actual life of the world. And it is this blessing which will save us, which will make us strong as we go on with our work of scientifically determining how to kill the beast. Each night I fill my notebooks with formula and instructions to myself and others on what to do, of what to study, of where to go, who to talk to, and when. I make lists of words and names and events and processes, necessary stages of what we have come to realize and protracted, and what we do, we will do. And what we succeed at is worth the pain. What we fail at is worth the understanding. If we can understand what the next step is. We are studying with all our minds and hearts and souls determination to understand how to slay the serpent. This task not handed down to whoever did understand that was what he did, hanging on that tree, slain by the serpent's host. And so we have learned that we cannot die except by our own submission to it. And have decided we will not die except when we understand what place we go to, and so begin to set that where in order and begin to understand where the beast will be hiding there. We are the rider of the black horse. We are the rider of the black horse, black rider, who conquers with a scale, with justice and measure, and the mighty pentatonic mode of the finite music of infinity, a new joint. And when I returned from this forwarding of my feeling and knowing, the beast sat still, and teeth wiggled with lies, and at once I remembered where before I'd seen him, before his tenure as the counterfeit ghost of the Caucasian crib. Yes, it was the same one. Remember the little devil Gerald 2X arrested and placed in the pages of Muhammad Speaks? And we saw him where Malcolm had locked him up with the little horns out of his head and the evil eyes and the twin fang straws for sucking oil and blood. It got clear to me as he rose to leave. And the Negro boob slobbered happiness at being recognized as the newest commode in the Caucasian abode. The vampire turned, and where before the cunning little tail that used to dangle at his hiney struck me at its absence. Oh, I thought, And at that moment I saw the thing dart like a copperhead's fart out of the Negro's curled lips, ring with the white chalk Caucasian circle of merit, which identifies wooden Negroes, promoted to the honorary genus of Homo locus subsidiary, literally near man or near the man, who no longer kneel when they are made well-paid heels, but now can assume the funky bedbug crouch of the hideously self-hating. At the same time, they are given a great facsimile carte blanche weapon of ugliness to use against inwards and any who would violate the sanctity of northern appetite. And so I came to understand that the beast's deadly arrow, shot from out of the first horseman's white bow, from the white horse, the weapon which Revelations prophesied to John, was the weapon of his transitory rule, was now the tongue of the boob, whom I erred calling him that or rat or heel or dog or traitor. That tail became a tongue, was the sign that from the vampire's tail was bestowed on the wooden Negro a badge that allowed him to enter Klan meetings, skinhead lynchings, Texas executions, Palestinian ethnic cleansings, and report with the slobber of his terrificacious white ringed serpent's beak, symbol, font, and punctuation on the tabula rasa of the media sheet, the empty echo of his eviscerated self. And in the soul's place, that beast's tail was hung. That beast's tail was sung. And I stood remembering Patmos. And I stood remembering Patmos and the images that sailed across the air when you and I was there, and wondered what next the world of this life held for those who would love goodness. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to end with this poem. I'm going to end with this poem of this poem that made me a villain. You know, living in Newark, we can see the World Trade Center where it was from our house, the top floor. So I was thinking about that, was very frightened, but hearing Bush's rhetoric about it really made me angry that, anyway. Dun 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 dun. Somebody blew up America. Boom 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 boom. All thinking people oppose terrorism, both domestic and international. But one should not be used to cover the other. Somebody blew up America. They say it's some terrorist, some barbaric Arab in Afghanistan. It wasn't our American terrorists. It wasn't the Klan or the skinheads or the them that blows up nigger churches or reincarnates us on death row. It wasn't Trent Lott or David Duke or Giuliani or Schindler Helms retiring. It wasn't the gonorrhea in costume, the white sheet diseases that have murdered black people, terrorized reason and sanity, most of humanity as they pleases. They say, who say? Who do the saying? Who is them paying? Who tell the lies? Who in disguise? Who had the slaves? Who got the bucks out the bucks? Who got fat from plantations? Who genocided Indians, tried to waste the black nation? Who live on Wall Street, the first plantation? Who cut your nuts off? Who raped your mom? Who lynched your pop? Who got the tar? Who got the feathers? Who had the match? Who set the fires? Who killed and hired? Who say they God and still be the devil? Who the biggest only? Who the most goodest? Who do Jesus resemble? Who created everything? Who the smartest? Who the greatest? Who the richest? Who say you ugly and they the good lookingest? Who define art? Who define science? Who made the bombs? Who made the guns? Who bought the slaves? Who sold them? Who call you them names? Who say Dahmer wasn't insane? Who stole Puerto Rico? Who stole the Indies, the Philippines, Manhattan, Australia, and the Hebrides? Who forced opium on the Chinese? Who owned them buildings? Who got the money? Who think you funny? Who lock you up? Who owned the papers? Who owned the slave ship? Who run the army? Who the fake president? Who the ruler? Who the banker? Who? Who owned the mind? Who twists your mind? Who got bread? Who need peace? Who you think need war? Who owned the oil? Who do no toil? Who owned the soil? Who is not a nigger? Who is so great ain't nobody bigger? Who owned the city? Who owned the air? Who owned the water? Who owned your crib? Who rob and steal and cheat and murder, make lies the truth? Who call you uncouth? Who live in the biggest house? Who do the biggest crime? Who go on vacation anytime? Who kill the most niggas? Who kill the most Jews? Who kill the most Italians? Who kill the most Irish? Who kill the most Africans? Who kill the most Japanese? Who kill the most Latinos? Who? Who own the ocean? Who own the airplanes? Who own the malls? Who own television? Who own radio? Who own what ain't even known to be owned? Who own the owners that real ain't the real owners? Who own the suburbs? Who suck the cities? Who make the laws? Who made Bush president? Who believed the Confederate flag need be flying? Who talk about democracy and be lying? Who the beasts in Revelations? Who 666? Who decide Jesus get crucified? Who the devil on the real side? Who got rich from Armenian genocide? Who the biggest terrorists? Who changed the Bible? Who killed the most people? Who do the most evil? Who don't worry about survival? Who have the colonies? Who stole the most land? Who ruled the world? Who say they good but only do evil? Who the biggest executioner? Who own the oil? Who want more oil? Who told you what you think that lady you find out is a lie? Who found Bin Laden? Maybe they Satan. Who paid the CIA? Who knew the bomb was going to blow? Who know why the terrorists learned to fly in Florida, San Diego? Who know why 5 Israelis was filming the explosion and cracking their sides at the notion? Who need fossil fuel? The sun ain't going nowhere. Who make the credit cards? Who get the biggest tax cut? Who walked out of the conference against racism? Who killed Malcolm, Kennedy, and his brother? Who killed Dr. King? Who would want such a thing? Are they linked to the murder of Lincoln? Who invaded Grenada? Who made money from apartheid? Who kept the Irish a colony? Who overthrew Chile and Nicaragua later? Who killed David Sebeco, Chris Hani, the same ones who killed Biko, Cabral, Neruda, Allende, Che Guevara, Sandino? Who killed Kabila, the ones who wasted Labuma, Munlane, Betty Shabazz, Princess Di, Ralph Featherstone, Little Bobby, locked up Mandela, Deruba, Geronimo, Asada, Mumia, Garvey, Dashiell Hammett, Alphaeus Hutton? Who killed Huey Newton, Fred Hampton, Medgar Evers, Mikey Smith, Walter Rodney? Was it the ones who tried to poison Fidel? Who tried to keep the Vietnamese oppressed? Who put a price on Lenin's head? Who put the Jews in ovens and who helped them do it? Who said America first and okayed the yellow stars? Who killed Rosa Luxemburg, Liebknecht? Who murdered the Rosenbergs and all the good people? Iced, tortured, assassinated, vanished. Who got rich from Algeria, Libya, Haiti, Iran, Iraq, Saudi, Kuwait, Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, Jordan, Palestine? Who cut off people's hands in the Congo? Who invented AIDS? Who put the germs in the Indians' blankets? Who thought up the Trail of Tears? Who blew up the Maine and started the Spanish-American War? Who got Sharon back in power? Who backed Batista, Hitler, Bilbo, Chiang Kai-shek? Who decided affirmative action had to go? Reconstruction, the New Deal, the New Frontier, the Great Society. Who do Tom S. Clarence work for? Who do come out the colon's mouth? Who know what kind of skeezer is a Condoleezza? Who pay Connolly to be a wooden Negro? Who give genius awards to Homo locus subsidiary? Who overthrew Nkrumah, Bishop? Who poisoned Robeson? Who tried to put Du Bois in jail? Who framed Rap Brown, Jamil Al-Amin? Who framed the Rosenbergs, Garvey, the Scottsboro Boys, the Hollywood 10? Who set the Reichstag fire? Who knew the World Trade Center was going to get bombed? Who told 4,000 Israeli workers at the Twin Towers to stay home that day? Why did Sharon stay away? Who? Explosion of owl. The newspapers say the devil's face could be seen. Who make money from war? Who make dough from fear and lies? Who want the world like it is? Who want the world to be ruled by imperialism and national oppression and terror and violence and hunger and poverty? Who is the ruler of hell? Who is the most powerful? Who you know ever seen God? But everybody's seen the devil. Like an owl exploding in your life, in your brain, in yourself. Like an owl who know the devil all night, all day. If you listen like an owl exploding in fire, we hear the questions rise in terrible flame like the whistle of a crazy dog. Like the acid vomit of fire of hell. Who and who and who and who and who and who and who. Thank you.
Up next is The Conversation.
We don't have much time, Mr. Baraka.
That's good. That's good.
I got about 50 questions for
50
you.
questions, yeah. Well, convert them.
Maybe you can be brief.
Yeah, okay. 50 questions.
Well, tell me about the Harlem Renaissance.
Harlem Renaissance. Well,
what was that about?
Well, that was about the Afro-American people reflecting the fact that they had just moved out of the South by hundreds of thousands at the end of the last century, the 19th century, and that where before they were a rural, farmer people, they had come north to these various cities like New York, like Detroit, like Chicago, and had actually then converted themselves to, or been converted by, the whole productive forces of the country into an urban working class. And that's the reflection of it. I think the book that actually spells out to be the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century is Du Bois' The Souls of Black Folks, which Langston Hughes said he read 5 times. So I think that sets out the question, when Du Bois says, how does it feel to be a problem? I think that's what then that generation had to adjust to, Langston, Zora Neale Hurston, the fact that coming into New York at the same time was Du Bois and Garvey, you know what I mean? And people from the West Indies, Africa, and from all over the United States. So it was you got people like Duke Ellington and Bessie Smith there at the same time. It was a whole emergence of a sophisticated urban culture for the Afro-American people. So the blues is post-slavery, then jazz. That's why they call it the jazz age. Even when they do movies about white people, when they want to talk about the 20s, they play jazz. Because that's, that was the background of that period,
There's a poem that we used in the 60s in the Black Arts Movement from the Black Renaissance. A poem by Claude McKay, If We Must Die.
If We Must Die.
Remember that poem? But before we go to the Black Arts, let's stop by the beat. You were a beatnik.
I was a beatnik. Yeah, I was definitely a beatnik.
Tell us about the beatniks.
Well, that whole thing that's the media, just like the media call it jazz because that's what they thought it was, So, I came to New York in 1957 from the Air Force. I had been kicked out of college earlier, and I joined the Air Force because I was embarrassed. I didn't want to go home to my parents and say, I got kicked out of college. So I joined the Air Force, but then I got kicked out of the Air Force. So, I mean, it was like 2 for 2, you know. So when I came to New York, I had read in the Village Voice. The Village Voice was a brand new paper then. Norman Mailer was on the board. Mayor Koch was a liberal. I saw a guy named Ted Jones, who was a painter. You know, he had a show by a man named Regin Nam, who I figured out must be him. and I came there, and I guess you'd say it was a gathering of the sons and daughters of the immigrants, those who benefited by the, what did they call that? After the Army, where you could go to college, the GI Bill. So there was a whole lot of immigrant children and a few blacks there that really, there was Irish, Italians, Jews. They're really, and so I came there and I organized a magazine called Yugen, basically because I wanted to get published. And that was the best way to do it.
Publish yourself.
Publish yourself, always. I always tell, young people that's the best way. But I had heard of Allen Ginsberg because of how, and I'd be down in Puerto Rico reading about how I had become the base librarian. I was the base librarian in Puerto Rico, so I could order all the books and all the records. I had a good time, locked up like that. But then I got back and I started corresponding with Ginsberg. I wrote him a letter on toilet paper. I was trying to be arty. And I asked him...
it's probably in his archives, ain't it?
Hey, I'm sure. But he wrote me back a letter on better toilet paper. Because I guess the French have better toilet paper. Yeah. Because he was living in Paris. And we became friends. And he actually told me about a whole lot of people that need to be published. Gary Snyder, Kerouac, Gregory Corso, all them people. And I knew a few black poets that I had met in the Village. And so that was the basis of the magazine. It was supposed to be like a united front against academic poetry. It was the Beat Generation, the San Francisco School, people like, Snyder, Philip Whalen, and people like that.
Well, what did the Beats want to do to the American language or literature?
Well, I think what Allen was most emphatic about is that we have to write American poetry, which is what I was influenced by. He said, these people are writing this imitation English verse. It's like corny, and it doesn't reflect our lives. And he had got that really from William Carlos Williams. So between William Carlos Williams and Langston Hughes, who both emphasized using your own speech, that was what was most important to me. And Allen was a scholar. And that mix, the first poem I ever published, preface to a 20-volume suicide note, I got a postcard in green ink. It said, "Hail, Leroy from Harlem. I understand you colored." Signed Langston Hughes, So I thought I was bad then, I'd been given the welcome to the city,
Right.
So we published this magazine. We tried to publish all the young people coming up. And that lasted actually until 1965, the murder of Malcolm X. That's when I left the Village. A lot of black people left the Village because I guess we were guilty. We wondered how could we be down there doing that. I mean, when Malcolm died, I was in a book party in Greenwich Village. A brother named Leroy McLucas came and said they murdered Malcolm. And I remember all the black people in there standing looking at each other like, yeah, that was like bye-bye Village. I mean, I was gone the next month. I moved to Harlem. I had some money from a play that had opened in mine called Dutchman. So I rented a brownstone, and we put the Black Arts Movement in there. And that was how that began. The murder of Malcolm X was... what fueled my, because they had just killed Kennedy, 1963. And we thought that was, something, Camelot, there was a new America about to happen. And remember, he was the only president the United States has had, except the present president, who was not white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. He was an Irish Catholic, and he lasted 2 years and 2 years and a few months. So that shocked us. I remember walking down the street with a painter when Kennedy got killed, and this painter was weeping. But when Malcolm got killed, it shocked us. The black people down there, it shocked us out of there.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, we want to go into the Black Arts Movement, but let's talk about the Dutchman for a moment.
Yeah. The play Dutchman. Not the Dutchman, Dutchman. People always say that to me. It ain't the Dutchman, it's just Dutchman. What about it? It was a play I wrote. I came home from the Cedar Tavern one night where I'd been doing what we usually did, lean up against the bar and drink and talk about art. I got home and I started to write something. You know, my poetry had begun to have people in it. The year before that, people suddenly, and so said, and so did. Yeah. You know, it began to have people in the poetry.
Voices.
Yeah, voices, specifically characters. Mm-hmm. And so I sat down there and I wrote this. And that's why I tell, young writers, you have to write beyond what you know. You know, if it's only what you know, it's going to be boring, even to you. But I wrote that. And I remember it was about 4 or 5 in the morning when I finished.
But what do you mean? You mean there were some things you wrote that you didn't understand that were beyond
I didn't know what I was saying.
Right.
I mean, it's stream of consciousness. You're writing. This one said, this one said, this one does, this one does, this one does, this one does. You're on the track of that. And then in the morning when it happened, and I looked at that poem, because I was writing poems. I looked at that play, and I didn't know what it was. I said, I'll check this out in the daylight, because I didn't really know what it was. I hadn't conceived of what it was. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It was something, but I think all people and writers, artists particularly, got stuff in their heads that they don't even understand until they begin to say, I say, oh man, I'm way over there. I think that, So that's what that was. And then I was in a theater workshop with Edward Albee, Adrian Kennedy, Terrence McNally, some other folks like that. Mm-hmm. And they did the play. And it had some kind of, buzz around it. And then, but for me, that was a signal moment, because I remember going down, I've said this many times, going down to the newsstand and buying all these newspapers. They had a lot of newspapers in New York then. And reading these newspapers, and they were saying, this man is crazy, this man used bad language, this man hate white people. And so I thought, they're going to make me famous.
That's right.
So at that point, I had this terrific kind of urge to be responsible. When I was a young bohemian running around there wild, that was one thing. But when I could see that they were going to make my name known.
You mean as in Negro leader?
No, just as a playwright.
Oh, playwright.
But when I saw that, then it made me think of all the things I had been told, You know how you raised by your people. Mm-hmm. Then they're constantly at you, telling you about history, the South, the lynchings, the stuff, the segregation, discrimination. They're telling you that every day at breakfast, at dinner, and then finally it comes together in that sense that you say, oh, I see. That's what y'all wanted. Y'all wanted me to say this. Mm-hmm. That's what you wanted. You wanted me, when I got to be on my hind legs, to tell that story. Mm-hmm. And that's when I first realized that was 1963.
Right.
That's when I realized that's what I had to do, Mm-hmm. I remember my mother said to me one time when I got arrested, she said, why are you doing these things, these dangerous things? And I looked at her and said, boy, you got a lot of nerve. I got it from you. I don't know where you think I got it from.
Right.
I got it from you. You're the one who told me all that stuff. 24 hours a day, da 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 da. My mother taught me the Gettysburg Address. I used to recite it every Lincoln's birthday at the old First Church in a Boy Scout suit. I did that for years. Now you say, why would your mother teach you the Gettysburg Address? So you could say that.
Right.
70 years ago, our fathers but for this kind of new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. She taught me that as a little boy, that all men are created equal. See, that slick mama. She knew what she was doing.
But tell me this. You know, a lot of people feel like The Dutchman is maybe your greatest play, and I know that nowadays you have some problems with it.
Well, no, the problems I have with it is that they won't do the other ones.
Okay.
I mean, I've written, 30 plays?
Right.
But Dutchman, you know, remember the Dutchman play is, first of all, it's a starring role for a white woman, and the blood gets killed.
Yes.
See, so I see a lot of people could do that, you know.
So that's what makes it great?
Well, that's what makes it ubiquitous.
Okay. Good.
You know, but the other plays, I have a lot of plays, you know, and one thing with drama, as you well know, is that something you could do by yourself.
Yeah.
You know, poetry is what it is because you can do that by yourself. It can be more militant. But when you get into actors and producers and whatnot, then...
But what point did you come to understand what you had written?
What?
At what point?
Well, actually, the degrees is increments of understanding.
Yeah.
So there's one thing which is the flash of it, and then you sit down and read it a little longer, you know, look at it. And then when I actually saw it on the stage in the rehearsals, then it got clearer and clearer to me what it was, you know, what it was and what I had said, you know.
So what did it say? What did it say to you? What were you talking about?
What did it say? It said that if you want to be safe in this society, then keep your mouth shut. But the minute you start telling people what you think about it, this and them, that you're in danger.
Is in those lines, if Bessie Smith had killed some white people, she wouldn't have needed to sing the blues?
I really felt that. Because then the blues is a song of lament. See, the blues changes. If you read Olaudah Equiano,
Slave narrative.
If you read Equiano says, we're almost a nation of poets and musicians. He said, blue is our favorite color. So, you know that Guinea blue that we wear in West Africa. So you figure how the blues, which they thought was beautiful because they would wear it, they would dress in it, how the blues then crossing the Atlantic becomes loss. I got the blues. You know, it becomes loss. It becomes memory. You know, it's almost a transformation. So the blues actually has one element of freedom in it because it's not the same as the work song. It has a little freedom in it, you know, but it's still, in the main, a kind of lament. And you say, I blew, you know. And then when you want to say the opposite, John Coltrane really blew, you know. But that element is both the contradictions in there of loss and beauty at the same time. And that's something that African Americans have. Their songs are always like that. You know, they were singing songs as slaves, which were defiant. You know, even old blues. You know, I may be wrong, but I won't be wrong always. Sun gonna shine in my back door one day. I mean, they were singing that to the slave master. You know, everybody's talking about heaven ain't going there. They would sing right out there. Right. Swing low, sweet chariot, come carry me back home. Always that contradictory relationship between hope and loss, you know, is that's a cultural, a kind of cultural base for Black Americans, you know, certainly.
How do you feel about this connection between the blues and African music?
Well, in the souls of black folks, Du Bois breaks that down. He says 5 different kinds of songs associated with black people. One of those is songs that come directly from Africa that have not changed, that
Thousands of years.
Yeah, all them time it's still the same song, the same melody. You know what I mean? Then songs that they created here. Songs that have been taken up by the mainstream, which is still there. So, you have Pat Boone covering, Fats Domino.
Right.
So that gets into the mainstream. So it's a continuum.
But I'm thinking about the brother from Mali that recently passed. I was saying Ali Farki that plays the blues with B.B. King. All that connection.
It's still connected, because you hear them sing the blues, man. It's the voice. It's the West African voice. You can hear it's the same tenor, the same aesthetic in that. It's the same aesthetic. And if you know the whole thing about what a jolly is,
right.
Not a griot, that's a French word, but jolly, D-J-A-L-I, the jolly, what does it mean? The jolly, he's jolly. To tell the history of the people.
Right.
In song and poetry.
Right.
And dance. And when they get down, they call it jelly-ya, which we still say be jelly, 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 or the Billy Eckstein you sing jelly, jelly, jelly. It means what? Like the Congolese say, get down, to get down. That's what we still say that, to get down.
Right.
We still say that. Or we still say things like, what would you, if the pyramid is the angle of success, as the Egyptians said, and the square is the angle of failure, as the ancient Egyptians say, what would you call somebody who killed their father, slept with their mother, and put out their own eyes and wandered the world? What would you call him? You call him Oedipus on one hand, or you would call him a square-ass motherfucker.
Yeah. Right.
So that language from way back there, you're still carrying in your head. You know, I'm not talking about Oedipus. I might be talking about the dude next door.
Right. We almost out of time, brother, but what's your feelings about our president?
Well, I supported Obama for a whole year before that, stuff was coming out, because I don't see how anybody in their right mind could look at Bush. And then I found out that the boy was smart.
Right.
And I think that's what a lot of people resent about him, that he's smarter than they are, And then I saw where he could raise more money than Hillary Clinton. You could raise more money than Hillary Clinton.
That's right. That's right.
And McCain.
That's right.
You could raise $150 million in 1 month. Because not only as they put him down as a community organizer, now you know what a community organizer does, see?
That's right. That's right.
Now you understand what a community organizer does. And you also understand what the internet is in modern politics. Those were two weapons that those people didn't know. Hillary and McCain, they didn't understand that. Nor did they understand that if 98% of the Afro-American community say he's going to be the president, he got a good chance.
Okay.
And the 67% of the Latinos and the 50-some% of the Asians, that this means that this is a multinational state. And people have to understand that. This is no longer white America. This is a multinational state. So I think what we have to do is two things. We have to, one, fight against existing racism and make it a crime. Like our friend, what's his name, Murdoch, need to go to jail for that cartoon, It's a federal crime to simulate the murder of the chief executive.
All right.
You cannot, even dressed like a monkey, you can't kill him.
They put the Black Panther, David Hilliard, in jail for saying he wanted to kill Nixon. He put him in prison.
It's a federal law. You cannot, in any way, shape, or form, indicate the murder of the chief executive. It's no longer just racism. But I'm saying that you need to go to jail, whether it's racism in housing or banking or publishing or whatever. You need to go to jail. Because that's the only way you're going to get rid of it. And the second thing we have to do, and my son, Ahi, got a newspaper out there that I hope is a free newspaper called Unity and Struggle that I hope you'll take. The other thing we have to do is eliminate the domination by these corporate capitalists over our lives. I mean, it's... If we're going to give up $1 trillion, I said this, if we're going to give $1 trillion to anybody, I don't want oversight. I want ownership. I don't want you to tell me what you're doing. I have to tell you what's going to be. No, I mean, how can we give up $1 trillion and people saying they're doing private enterprise? If you're doing private enterprise, solid, do it. But don't come to me when you drop the ball and say, I need some money so I can have private enterprise. No. You can't do that. I mean, do you think that the auto industry will not come back to us next year for another $50 billion? Do you think those bankers and that insurance company, you think they will not come back to us in a year asking for more money? I don't want to give them more money. I want to give the money to those people, those 6,000 people a day losing their houses. They're the ones that need that money. Right. You know. That's right. So this is going to be a rough and a rocky time, but I'm glad we got over the hump, and now we have to deal with the consequences of it. You know.
Where do you think we're headed?
Let's hope we're not headed post-Weimar. Remember the Weimar Republic, the last democratic republic in Germany, with the same thing with the Big Depression. And because the progressive people in Germany split up, Hitler got in. You know, with the Reichstag fire, they passed the Reichstag Enablement Act, just like Homeland Security. So it was a question of which way we going. You know, I mean, people calling Obama a communist, a socialist, that's bizarre. But they called Roosevelt a communist. Why? Because of Social Security, unemployment, you know, the WPA, you know, he's doing the same thing. Build up the infrastructure. Why should bridges in Minnesota collapse?
Right.
Why are our train stations look so shabby? The airports look so shabby. You go to Europe, you go to Asia, go to Japan and China. It doesn't look like that. You know, the United States, we're so great. But you go on these train stations and look like you're in a dump, you know. So you've got to rebuild that infrastructure, and that's where that money needs to go, not on funding, you know, Lehman Brothers, you know.
Brother, we are out of time.
That's what the zeros mean, right? Okay. Okay.
You've been listening to a Lannan podcast. You can subscribe to our podcasts at podcast.lannan.org. In addition, the Lannan Audio Archives present similar programs by national and international writers, poets, and social activists at www.lannan.org. Listen to hundreds of hours of recorded programs from the likes of Seamus Haney, Joy Harjo, Eduardo Galeano, Arundhati Roy, Jim Harrison, Edwidge Danticat, and Noam Chomsky. New programs are added every month to both the podcasts and the audio archives.
Barack and I were at Yoshi's San Francisco for a concert that Baraka did with Roscoe Mitchell of the Chicago Art Ensemble. And since it was on my turf, the West Coast, I invited myself to participate, and Baraka introduced me to read before the set began with him and Roscoe Mitchell of the Chicago Art Ensemble. And this was a kind of historic return to the space very nearby where we established the Black Arts West Theater in appreciation of what Baraka had established in Harlem in 1965. So in 1966, down the block from Yoshi's, or the Fillmore Heritage Center, we were at Fillmore and Turk. I think I said, across the street from Trees Pool Hall. And that's where we began our theater on the West Coast, the Black Arts Theater. So on this occasion at Yoshi's, Baraka introduces me, and I read a couple of poems, and I exit. And he and Roscoe Mitchell do their thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Amiri Baraka and Roscoe Mitchell.
Thank you very much. This evening, honoring Dr. Martin Luther King. And a friend of mine showed up who's a local. Our thing tonight, myself, and I'm honored to be performing with Roscoe Mitchell, one of the great saxophonists of our theater. But before that, we're going to have a poem by a local poet who I've known a long time, Marvin X. I don't know if y'all know Marvin X. Come on, Marvin, come from behind the curtain.
Assalamu alaikum. Well, you're going to get a taste of the West Coast Black Arts movement, the East Coast Black Arts, and the Midwest Black Arts. So I'm representing the West Coast. We used to have our theater right down the street on Fillmore, Black Arts West, 1966. And also the Black House. Roscoe performed with us at the Black House in 1967, along with Baraka, Sonia, and everybody else. So I'm going to read one poem right quick. I had something else to read. They say one poem. So I'm going to just say one word about the poem that I'm not going to read. It's about Haiti. I'm going to say one word, or two. Baby Doc. Baby Doc is back. But let's go beyond that. Someone asked me to read this poem. They said because it's beyond that. All is God. God is all. God is the people. God is the cow. God is the horse. God is the river. God is the tree. God is the fish. God is the child. God is the youth. God is the old people. God is the poor. God is the rich. God is the hungry. God is the sick. God is the dope fiend. God is the alcoholic. God is the sinner. No God but God. What if there's no God but God? What if God is the captive you won't liberate? What if God is the child you won't love? What if God is the mama you hate? What if God is the daddy you hate? What if there's no God but God? What if God is the fear you won't release? God is the pain you won't release. God is the love you won't release. God is the tears you won't cry. God is the lies you tell. God is a mountain you won't climb. God is success you won't try. God is beauty you don't see. God is time running out the hourglass. God is the body you refuse to heal. God is the mind you refuse to feed. What if? What if? What if God is ready when you ain't ready? What if God is ready when you get ready? What if? What if? What if? What if there's no God but God? What if God is the forgiveness you won't give? What if God is the denial you drown in like a hog in slop? What if? What if? What if God is the peace in your house, the love in your life, the joy on your face, the happiness in your heart, the thankfulness of your smile? What if there's no God but God? What if my life and death are all for God? Not for a woman, not for a man, not over a woman, not over a man. My life and death are all for God. What if? What if I grieve for nothing because God is everything? What if God wants, I want? What if God don't want, I don't want? What if God has, I have? What if God don't have, I don't want? What if? What if? What if? There's no God but God. Assalamu alaikum.
Mitchell.
Thank you. I have the honor of performing with the great Roscoe Mitchell on the saxophone. And before we start, we have a local national voice, an old friend of mine, the great Marvin X. So give him a
Thank you. It's a great honor to be here tonight. You know, we started out in 1967 at the Black House. We were all there, the Chicago Art Ensemble, Baraka, Sonia, and everybody for the West Coast Black Arts Movement, which we co-founded Black Arts West Theater down the street on Turk and Fillmore. I'm going to read you something different from the first set, and I'm dedicating this to Dr. King, since he was about love. And revolution is about love. You can't be a revolutionary if you don't have love for the revolution. That includes your family. How can you have a revolution without family? What is revolution about? Save the family, reconstruct the family. Anyway, I speak to you in the name of love. In the name of love, we come, we go. Peace in the name of love. In the name of love, we exist forever. We are the thrashing floor, the opening door. In the name of love. Life is for love. Give love, receive love, submit to love. Do not deny love. Suffer only a little while for love. Let not love make you suffer. Long suffering is not love. Peace is love. A face of joy is love. Tell me of love, you who have loved longer than I. In the fire of love. In the heaven of love, I am a child in the name of love. Let me grow in love. I am the blackbird in love. I fly with love. I swoop into the ocean and pluck the fish in the name of love. Oceans flow with love. Let the ocean wash me with love. Even the cold ocean is love. The morning swim is love. The ocean chills me with love. From the deep come fish full of love. Praise God. In the name of love, unconditional and forever, never leaving, always with thee, a friend who comes in love as the ocean ever constantly comes upon the shore. In the name of love, my lover kisses me. She is wine, every sip of her kiss, every touch of her sweet black honey lips is love. I kiss her lips, I kiss every inch of her in the name of love. Down in the creek is love. Weeds growing in the creek is love. See the colors of love, even the colors of weeds are love. Somebody help me. I'm overcome with the power of love. See the rocks? Even in the rocks live the color of love. Let love shine in your life. Cast out what is not love. Be in love only with love. If love cuts too deep, it is not love. Dance to love, shout to love. This is my land. I own this land in the name of love. Land of my ancestors, land of Nat Turner, land of Sojourner Truth, land of Harriet Tubman. I claim all of it, every inch of it, in the name of love. I claim the corn, the peppers, the almonds, the peas, the raisins, the cotton. I claim in the name of love. In the valley, heat, love is on the vines. Hot love in the valley of my love, hot dripping love. I am the vines, the grapes in the name of love. I return to the corn. There is love in the corn. All the valley is my love. The orchards, the cows, the horses. I am of this love. Even the junkyard in the city is my love. I love junkyard love. If you can understand the train yards of West Oakland, are my love. My childhood essence is jumping on the freight trains is my love in the name of love. Even the Oakland Public Library on Peralta Street is my love. The little chairs of love stories of Negroes in literature is love. With the black librarian lady with the funny wig is love. Let love shine throughout the land forever and ever. Let love wash away evil and pain and sickness and disease, lies and oppression. Let love unite the people in a dance of praise to freedom and truth. Let daughters unite with fathers and fathers with daughters and sons in the name of love. Assalamu alaikum.
In part 3, we perform a concert at the Berkeley's Black Repertory Group Theater. And it was a great concert. And in the first part, I open up with a reading. And even before me, we have a musical interlude with some of my favorite musicians, Takuma King and Kelly Natoto on percussion, Tarika Lewis on violin, Destiny Muhammad on harp, and again, Suzette Celeste opens with words of inspiration. And also, we have the choreography and dance movements of the recently departed Ray Zeta, my favorite choreographer and dancer. So, let's begin.
Before we get started, I want to just have us, if you're willing, to close your eyes, whatever tradition you choose, and or just be in the silence for a moment while I acknowledge and recognize the spirit called by many names, whether it's breath, whether it God, Yahweh, and or just being real clear that it is me, myself, and I, as I flow in synchronicity, in harmony with all that's right, with all that's in truth, with all that is correct. And I am clear, declaring, and knowing that this spirit, our ancestors, all those that have come before us, I am one with this. And if this is true for me, this is the truth for you. And I am declaring and knowing that this program, this service, this poetry reading is one in mind. It is awesome. Folks are speaking the truth. The musicians are playing and singing the truth. The dancers are channeling the truth. And I'm dedicating this program to all those that acknowledge and are embracing wellness, whether it's wellness in our bodies, whether it's wellness in our families, whether it's wellness in our communities and in our world. And knowing and declaring that everyone, because this is the recovery theater, so anyone that has used, abused, and or is dependent on alcohol and or other drugs, and or any addictions that have destroyed our families, the addiction of white supremacy, the addiction of capitalism and imperialism, the addiction of envy and greed, that this is an opportunity to turn this around right now. I'm claiming and knowing that this show, this program, this forum is that opportunity, and I give thanks. I am so thankful for this consciousness and this knowing. I release my word into the creative medium, which always says yes. I release it, I let it go, and so it is. Ashe.
Thank you all for coming. We have a nice little show for you tonight. We tried to give you a little food. Hope you're full. There's still some left. And we're going to give you some spiritual food. And we want y'all to help us in a generous way. We appreciate your donation at the door, but we're going to come back to you again. And want you to write some checks out for $1,000, whatever you can do. $25,000. Whatever. But I want you to know, first of all, I want to thank the Black Rep for allowing us to be here tonight. You know, those of you who have been across the country know that there are very few houses like this owned by black people. I don't care if you're in New York, Philly, DC, Detroit, Chicago, the big dirty South. There's few houses that black people own like this. So we should give the Black Rep a hand for holding on. I remember when they had a little storefront, about big as this riser right here. So we've come a long way. And we're thankful for the black rep being here. But I also want you to know that we originally planned this program for our Recovery Theater, which is located in San Francisco at a facility that we are sharing in the Tenderloin. And it's a 250-seat theater that's been renovated at 133 Golden Gate. And that's our new home. Yeah. 133 Golden Gate. In Leavenworth and Jones. So in the future, you can look for us there. And sometimes we'll come here because this is it for the East Bay for African American culture. I guess y'all know you threw at the Alice Arts. No. Oh, come on. You didn't seize it. You didn't claim it. Uh-oh. You're gonna wait till Jerry tell you something. Why you wait for Jerry? We ain't gotta wait for Jerry. If we want it, claim it. Say it's ours. And it's done. It's a done deal. We don't care about no eviction. This is Oakland. We shed blood in Oakland to have a funky building like the Alice Arts Center. At least we should have that. But you know, not only don't trip about the Alice Arts, they don't even want us in here. They don't even want you to have the black rep. So who cares what they want, really? I don't care. I don't care what they want. It ain't about what they want, what we want. That's right. And again, all we have to do is claim what we want. We done already paid the price. We done already shed all the blood that need to be shed. All we have to do is act in unity now. Yes. Stand up. Act in unity. And it's done. So we're going to give you a little microcosmic idea of unity with the musicians here and the poetry. And I'm very honored to have Brother Baraka here tonight. Not only Brother Baraka, but Amina Baraka as well. And so we're going to get started. I didn't really want to go into no long monologue, you know. I might do that later, you know. But let's get started with some music. Thank you very much.
In the water. Wait in the water, children. Wait in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wait in the water. Wait in the water, children. Wait in the water. My God's gonna trouble the water. Pharaoh, he's gonna let my people Many will ever learn is to love and be loved in return. And one day, one magic day, he passed my way. Oh, he spoke of many things, rules and kings. This he said to me: the greatest thing you will ever learn is to love and be loved in return. There was a we spoke of many things, fools and kings. This he said to me: love and be loved, and love and be loved, love and be loved.
I want you to continue with some Nature Boy. Give me some Nature Boy, y'all. I'm Nature Boy. That's why I put it on the program. Yeah, at least I can hear the music I like when you the producer. Time. People living like they got forever. But tomorrow is almost here. Afraid to enjoy the blessings of God. Afraid to love, to be loved. Blindly praying when God has already answered. We are in this condition until we concentrate to get out of it. Time. Look at your children. Growing, learning, asking, wanting, seeking. We must make a better world for them. We must make our mark in history for our own sake. Will the world be free and niggas still in slavery? Time. It's hard to struggle, sacrifice. Our women don't like it. Our children don't like it. But we push on. Got to have my freedom. Got to have my freedom today. The rewards are few, the hours long.
We wonder where the years went. But our children tell us they have not learned to lie. We wonder, what will they be? But what path have we cut for them? What road have we mapped? There are snakes in the jungle, lions in the forest, foxes in the woods. What roads are safe? What are the magic words of life? What is the message of our ancestors? Don't you hear them calling, saying, rise up, be free, rise up, be free, don't give up, rise up, don't give up, rise up, time. Children, through them, we extend ourselves into the universe, eternity. They are branches on the tree of life, patterns of us stepping beyond us. We know not where, but they know. The hand of God is guiding them. And as we watch the mystery unfold, we are humbled by the power of God. When we see their personalities, we are amazed. They are from us, but not us. They speak with their own voices. They have their own wills, missions to accomplish. We must aid them, presenting our wisdom, telling no lies. They are spirits of truth, and they challenge us to be truthful. In the land of my daughters, in the land of my daughters, live no bitches and hoes. Only super women, ready to rule the world. They tolerate me only because I am father. In the new world, they would jack me for reactionary thoughts and reactionary ideas and reactionary language and reactionary habits. They would place me under arrest unless I conform to the new order, where all is positive. No Negroes and niggers live in their land. I am amazed. They are of me and I of them. So sensitive. They hear everything I say and what I don't say. They check every move. Can't fool these women in this land. No tricks work. Their thoughts are pure. Minds cold soda. They're young, but walk with ancient wisdom. They are of me, but representing the land of themselves. One of my daughters the other day, she said, we were just talking and just off the cuff, she said, oh, Daddy, I just came back from Africa. I said, oh, really? So, yeah, I was in Ghana for 9 days. I said, what did you do? Well, I just walked around. And I just walked around and I came on back home. So that's where we've come. For our children to just go to Africa and walk around. And just come on back home. That's what she said. I will go into the city. I will go into the city. I will find work. I will find work. I will remember you, country woman. I will not forget you. Your laugh, your arguments. It is your way. Let it be. How can I forget your lips, your enchanting smile? I will not forget the night we walked in the rain because it was free and we were free. For once, we said the best of life is free. I will go into the city. I will find work. But you will be with me, country woman. When those city women come to devour me with their sweet perfume, you will be there. Your spirit will protect me. I will go into the city. I will find work. I will never forget how we sipped $1 margaritas in the Mexican cafe in Chinatown. Our ride to the lake. Our picnic on the hill. The ranger spotted us with his binoculars, but we did not care. We were filled with the Holy Spirit of love. I will go into the city. I will find work. And I will return to claim you, country woman. I will not forget you. In the name of Allah, I will claim you. For the glory of Allah, I will claim you. For the mercy of Allah, I will claim you. We got video hoes and video pimps. This is an old poem I wrote a long time ago. Nigga want to pimp. Can you out pimp Nixon? Carter and Reagan? Nigga want to pimp. Where you at, Earl? Come on, man. This is Earl Davis. I'm gonna ask him to come up here. I haven't played with Earl Davis in 40 years. He just came back to the West Coast from New York. He used to play with me in the Black Arts West Theater on Fillmore Street. Around 1964, somewhere in there, 68, I don't know, 66, something. But Earl Davis has been back east. He's been playing around in New York. And now all them New York people running up out of the Big Apple. So he's back in the Wild Wild West. Come on, Earl, give me some nigga want a pimp.
Let us see you, Earl. Come on, Earl.
You ain't shy. You ain't nobody from New York shy. Can you out pimp Nixon? Can you out pimp Rockefeller? Kissinger, and Carter? Can you in your cab, one suit, one hoe? Can you out pimp Standard Oil, Chase Manhattan, Lloyds of London, Bank of
America. Watch over you. They've been presidents, generals, men and women, children. They've been aunts and uncles, grandmamas and grandpapas. Nigga want a pimp. Can you pimp Arabia? Nigga want a pimp. Can you pimp a Jew? Nigga want a pimp. Can you pimp Africa and Latin America? Nigga want a pimp. Can you pimp Jesus? Can you pimp the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost? Nigga want a pimp. Can you pimp teachers, preachers, politicians, and judges? Nigga want a pimp. Nigga, stop lying. I say, nigga, stop lying. Would you stop lying on Malcolm X? You know he didn't say what you said he said. Nigga, stop lying. On Elijah Muhammad, he never taught no integration and flag waving. Nigga, stop lying. Stop lying on God and Jesus. God ain't told you to do a damn thing you doing. Nigga, stop lying. Niggas for Nixon. Niggas for Jews. Niggas for Arabs. Niggas for Cubans. Niggas for Republicans, Democrats. Niggas for Wallace. Niggas for Reagan. Niggas for space. Niggas for Jesus. Niggas for gays. Niggas for white women. Any niggas for niggas? Will all the niggas for niggas please stand?
It is my honor to introduce Amiri Baraka.
Thank you very much. And thank you for those poems about the West. There was a friend of mine, Ed Dorn, used to write about the West all the time. You should read his work about the great unknown America that nourishes the worst of us and the best of us at the same time. You know, Africa. Africa, go back black, see yourself. Touch yourself, know yourself. Mighty, ancient, beautiful Africa. Creator of the human being, of speech, of music, of the city, ancient, beautiful Africa. But when you put your hand on your sister, made her a slave, watch out, Africa. Watch out, Africa, the ghost gonna get you. Mighty, ancient, beautiful Africa. But when you put your hand on your brother, made him a slave, Watch out, Africa. The ghost gonna get you. Ah! How did I get it on my back? In the dark, with the wind and water blowing through my ears. How did I get it on my back in the dark? Oh, Batala Shango, save me, save me, save me, save me, save me. My brother the king sold me to the ghosts. You know my brother the king, Secretary of State, Supreme Court Justice now, my brother the king, sold me to the ghosts. Obatala, Shango, Isa, save me, save me, save me. How'd I get here on my back in the dark with the wind and water blowing through my ears? At the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, there's a railroad made of human bones. Black ivory. Black ivory. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. At the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, there's a railroad made of human bones. Black ivory. Black ivory. Wise, if you ever find yourself somewhere lost and surrounded by enemies who won't let you speak in your own language, who destroy your statues and instruments, who ban your boom ba boom, you're in trouble. Deep trouble. They ban your boom ba boom, you in deep, deep trouble. Huh. Probably take you several hundred years to get out. We were slaves, 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 we were slaves. At the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, there's a railroad. George Bush made of human bones. Black ivory. Black ivory. When I was a kid, I used to read a lot of Chinese and Japanese poetry. I was a weird little kid living in Newark. And so I came across something called a haiku, which I thought was very hip. So I created an Afro-American form called a loku. You don't have to count the syllables. There's no syllables because we don't have the time to count the syllables. So I always do this to a music by a great composer and pianist named Bud Powell called Un Poco Loco, a little crazy, Un Poco Loco. Bam 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 da 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 da. Catch 27. The real problem is you don't know the real problem. Dun 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 dun. Deco instruction, or why the Negroes say that art is not connected to the world. Morgan Freeman, Evening Slave. Dun, 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 dun. Before fortune was money, finally everything points to the people and things we understand. Understanding is a point of view. If you look, what looks down from that point. If it is the sun, okay. If you see it, better. If you don't, okay. But for instance, and there you go across the sea to be with the devil. The preparation for pain is minimal. For joy, a lifetime. The preparation for pain is minimal. For joy, a lifetime. Is that fair, we ask? Is that fair? You mean a fee, a circus, or white people? Bam, 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 da, 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 da. Class gas for those who knows. Class gas for those who knows. Since the rich eat more than anybody else, it's reasonable to assume that they are more full of shit. Dun, 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 dun. Locomotive. The devil said he left heaven because there were too many niggas. That's why he started Europe. Dun, 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 dun. Geobolical. According to the devil, when he was first thrown out of heaven, he landed in England. I believe him. Dun, 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 dun. Loku for Bush 2. The main thing wrong with you is you ain't in jail. Dun, 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 dun. Animal scientists. Have you ever looked up at the buildings, then looked up at the sky? Ba, 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 da, 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 da. Culture. European Jews say the devil speaks perfect German. Black Americans, on the other hand, say he speaks pretty good English, too. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. The new testicle. The first thing we got to get, said the devil to the latest peddler of his soul, is a much larger needle and a much smaller camel. Dun, 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 dun. Loku. Craziness is no act. Not to act is craziness. Heaven appeared with property, God with slavery. Heaven appeared with property, God with slavery. Boom, boom. Adventures in negrosity. A Negro tried to cash himself for money at a bank. He got arrested as a counterfeit nickel. Dun, 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 dun. Was it ever so quiet the room began to ask you questions? Bam, 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 dun, dun, dun. Silent night. Whenever the devil is disguised as God, he is called Santa Claus. Dun, 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 dun. Question with no air. Why are they so crazy? 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 Dun, 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 dun. Loku for so what? They asked him the difference between insane and outsane. He said, you know the difference, that's why you asking. 2 days later they came back. He had left a note. It said the same thing. That's when his picture went up in the post office. The caption read, wanted for any reason you can think of. This meant they really did understand. Bam, 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 da, 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 da. Loku linguistic for chute. In Mandarin, the word bush means dumb motherfucker. Dun, 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 da, 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 dun, 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 da, 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 da. In the funk world, if Elvis Presley is king, who is James Brown? God? Dun, 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 dun. That's a good question, though. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Bo, do, 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 do. Bo, do, do, do. Bo, do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Boom, be, da, ba, da, boom, boom. Be, dee, 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 bo. Boo, doo, 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 doo. It's called funk lore. That's a blue monk. Ba, da, da, da. Boo, da, 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 da. Boo, da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. We are the blues ourselves. Our favorite color. Where we been, half here, half gone. Ba, da, da, da. Boo, da, 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 da. Boo, da, 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 da. We are the blues ourselves. The actual Guineas, the original Jews, the first Caucasians. Beep, beep, be, dee, da. That's why we are the blues ourselves. That's why we are the actual song. So dark and tragic, so old and magic. That's why we are the blues ourselves. In tribes of 12 bars, like the stripes of slavery on our flag of skin. Ah. We are the blues, the past, the gone, the energy, the cold, the sawteeth hotness, the smell above draining the wind through trees. The blue leaves us black, the earth, the sun, the slowly disappearing, the fire pushing to become our hearts. Boo-doo-doo-da. And now black again, we are the whole of night, with sparkling eyes staring down like jets to push evening's ascension. That's why we are the blues. The train whistle, the rumble across, the invisible coming, drumming and screaming. That's why we are the blues, and work and sing and leave tales and is with spirit. That's why we are the blues, black and alive. And so we show our motion, our breathing, we moon-reflected soul. That's why our spirit make us the blues. We as ourselves, the blues. Do-do-do-do-da. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Race or class. Race or class is the stymieing contradiction puzzling those who ponder affirmative action. The black middle class, some say, has grown so strong as to make any social remuneration for that often crass, betraying bunch redundant. They have already copped that prize for which millions of bloods gave their lives. And there are white folks poor as dirt who make even some brothers and sisters in the project look like they doing good. Oh yeah, is our reaction. Water climbing up our nervous traceries. But slavery still make it plain that black you was and black you is, no matter what you gain. So yeah, we must include class considerations so that Colin Powell's boring son do not cop at little Abner Jr.'s expense. Right on. But I leave you with this burning fact. Which Du Bois was wise enough to state, quote, many have suffered as much as we, but none of them was real estate. Be-be-do-be-do-be-do-bop, be-do-bop, boo-boo-boo-bop, be-be-do-be-do-be-do-bop, beep-beep-bop, be-do-bop, boo-be-de-be-de-be-dum-dee-dee-da-da, ba-doom-dee-be-dim-dee-dee-da-da. This is for this new class of Negroes that we have. They call themselves post-civil rights Negroes. Who is these Negroes? So denied, who is 16th most richest in the clumsy known world, $511 billion a year, a buck for each tier, who is 40 or 50 million, can't count all your children, who would scrape and crawl, lie and self-crucify to claim that ain't what they is and demand to be what they want and can't get away from, but still can't see the we that actual be. You mean yourself, brother man? The kid, the sweet loving sister, all y'all worship the fall, the disappearing boat, the racist quote, the Negro in them green boots who is dancing on your neck. What the heck, they say. They got a way to make you love it. And look out the window at your back and dream of any face but your own. Who is that, I said? That why is better. Here is a letter from one of your sons and one of your fathers, one of the beaten, misshaped by heathens, one of the hungry in the crowd of the mass of lonely, who say they are not, who claim they can be, who demand to be blind, who crave from behind, who kick their own ass and be ignorant of class, though they in the back where Stevie call their name, but when they claim to be sane, they disagree with the we who could verify that same. Why? Is that the question? I asked who, when all but the knowers booked, lied, or fled. Preachers shook their head, was better that I bled, called me crazy, you too, and him who they killed and booed in Jersey for dying. They who eat your blood, murder your children, explain you into silence asylums and eternal reformatories of ugly white disaster. Nobody asked you, minority. We archived your inferiority, your singing lacks sonority, you broke and has wiggling titties that won't buy our goods. You know what you need to know if you could. You lie, you hurt, bleeding in the hood and kneel before liars. You kneel before liars, molesters, punks, skunks, drunks, dishonest God builders. and anything wrong or glittering, pitting your life against the jewelry of scum and distortions of where you come from, got C's who get paid to act like bums. Who is you? Who is these Negroes? Who is you? Why is you? How are you doing? And who is Stanley Crouch and Skip Gates and Condoleezza Rice and Clarence Thomas and Armstrong Williams and Roy Ennis and Mobutu, Buthelezi, Colin Powell, Dushanbe, Playtoy Ben Yesman, Ward Connolly? Who is these Negroes? The herd of new old Negro creeps. Count them in bed to go to sleep. The Negro in Haiti, whose name is actually Torture. Siaga. Floyd Flake, the Negro 9 who sent Rap Brown for life, the Negro 9 who sent Rap Brown up for life. Here, I will name them. They're actual names. If you see them, spit in their face. Wrap them in Confederate flags so the world understands their disgrace. Traitor, whores, slavery, still bleeding sores. They are, da-da-da-da, Richard Wood, who would never acquit. Da-da-da-da, Lynn LaCroix, wants to convict. Da-da-da-da, will kill. Fred Horton, who voted for death. Da-da-da-da-da, Jill Hood. Bush bump a sticker across her mouth. This is the South. Something called Nazarene. Da-da-da-da. Said Rap killed at some bar. Da-dun-da-dun. Terry Walker, a snake and a Mason, thrilled to be a cracker substitute. Da-dun-da-da. Said Rap resisted arrest. Da-dun-da-da. Edna Moore. Cops tell the truth. Da-dun-da-da. James Hurd, a killer, says he could forget he is biased. Da-da-da-da. Ernestine Reese said Muslims don't go to heaven. Da-da-da-da. William Covington, won't kill, won't acquit. Panthers are militants. Ba-dum-ba-da. Neil Brown, Republican, want to kill. Ba-dum-ba-da. Sam Jolly believes cops but wants the facts. Da-dun-da-da. Jennifer Price, her master's thesis, quote, kids that carry guns, unquote. Da-dun-da-da. Calvin Wise, former cop, ex-person, angry at SNCC, wants to convict. Da-dun-da-da. Clifton Thomas said, no heaven for Muslims. Da-dun-da-da. Who is these Negroes? Now, is them Negroes or niggers or black folks or what? And is they your sisters, your brothers, and if they ain't, why do they claim and you agree y'all is the same? Some dumb shit. Like my man Mean William used to say, skin is thin, but class will kick your ass. Da-dun, da-dun. I don't know how long I want to prolong this, but there's a couple of poems I want to read, and that's it. And then I have a special guest with me who just escaped from Alcatraz. And the police are going to come in here and lock him up in a minute. But let me read a poem and then introduce my man Suntan over there. I have this poem. You know, in 2002, I was named the Poet Laureate of New Jersey. Some ignorant son of a bitch did that. Said you can't be a poetry lover. I told the governor he was going to get in trouble. But anyway, I wrote this poem right after 9/11. See, we live in Newark, but you can see the buildings from where we live on the top floor. You can see the fires and stuff. So it was frightening. And about a month after that, I wrote this poem. I started, Bush started talking about terrorism and patriotism, and then it occurred to me that black people, we've always been here, came here in terror. If you don't believe it, I wish somebody would pick your ass up and take you somewhere to pick watermelons for 300 years. You'd find out what it was. But I thought we were always here in terror. The Klan is terror. They're hanging nooses now for you young Negroes to let you reintroduce you to the reality of America. Those nooses are saying, what's news, So anyway, I wrote this poem, and then I read it. Now, I sent it around on the net first. I got a couple of negative comments, but mostly, positive. Then I read this at the Dodge Poetry Festival to about 1,000, 1,500 people. And afterwards, I was signing books for about an hour. And then the last two people came by and said, that was a the woman said that was a hateful poem. And so my wife and I agreed that that was some kind of wild thing. Then anyway, the next day or day after, the governor called me up and said, you have to resign, apologize, you know, which of course I didn't do. And so then they tried to start getting rid of me as the poet laureate. They couldn't do that because they'd have to go ex post facto, go back in time. So they couldn't do that. So what they did instead is get rid of the poet laureate position so that New Jersey now is a state without a poet laureate, which means we officially ignorant. You know, everybody knows we don't know nothing in New Jersey, you know. But then the governor, ironically, he had to resign a year later for having a homosexual affair, adulterous homosexual affair, you know. But what's so weird about that is if he's gay, it seemed to me that he would just fight that. He would say, yeah, I'm gay and I'm the governor. Now what? I mean, what are they going to do? You know what I'm saying? What would they do, you know? So it must have been something else. Anyway, he had to resign. But we have to have some distinction, you know, so the only state with a governor who resigns because he had an adulterous homosexual affair, that's deep irony. Boom, 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 boom. Somebody blew up America. Boom, 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 boom. All thinking people oppose terrorism, both domestic and international, but one should not be used to cover the other. Somebody blew up America. They say it's some terrorist, some barbaric Arab in Afghanistan. It wasn't our American terrorists, it wasn't the Klan or the skinheads, or them that blows up nigger churches or reincarnates us on death row. It wasn't Trent Lott or David Duke or Giuliani or Schundler, Helms retiring. It wasn't the gonorrhea in costume, the white sheet diseases that have murdered black people, terrorized reason and sanity, most of humanity as they pleases. They say, who say? Who do the saying? Who is them paying? Who tell the lies? Who in disguise? Who had the slaves? Who got the bucks out the bucks? Who got fat from plantations? Who genocided Indians, tried to waste the black nation? Who live on Wall Street, the first plantation? Who cut your nuts off? Who rape your ma? Who lynch your pa? Who got the tar? Who got the feathers? Who had the match? Who set the fires? Who killed and hired? Who said they God and still be the devil? Who the biggest only? Who the most goodest? Who do Jesus resemble? Who created everything? Who the smartest? Who the greatest? Who the richest? Who say you ugly and they the good looking is? Who define art? Who defined science? Who made the bombs? Who made the guns? Who bought the slaves? Who sold them? Who call you them names? Who say Dahmer wasn't insane? Who? Who stole Puerto Rico? Who stole the Indies, the Philippines, Manhattan, Australia, and the Hebrides? Who forced opium on the Chinese? Who own them buildings? Who got the money? Who think you funny? Who lock you up? Who own the papers? Who own the slave ship? Who run the army? Who the fake president? Who the ruler? Who the banker? Who? Who own the mind? Who twist your mind? Who got bread? Who need peace? Who you think need war? Who own the oil? Who do no toil? Who own the soil? Who is not a nigger? Who is so great ain't nobody bigger? Who own the city? Who own the air? Who own the water? Who own your crib? Who rob and steal and cheat and murder? Make lies the truth? Who call you uncouth? Who live in the biggest house? Who do the biggest crime? Who go on vacation anytime? Who kill the most niggers? Who kill the most Jews? Who kill the most Italians? Who kill the most Irish? Who kill the most Africans? Who kill the most Japanese? Who kill the most Latinos? Who own the ocean? Who own the airplanes? Who own the malls? Who own television? Who own radio? Who own what ain't even known to be owned? Who own the owners that ain't the real owners? Who own the suburbs? Who suck the cities? Who make the laws? Who made Bush president? Who believe the Confederate flag need to be flying? Who talk about democracy be lying? Who? Who the beasts in Revelations? Who's 666? Who decided Jesus get crucified? Who the devil on the real side? Who got rich from Armenian genocide? Who the biggest terrorists? Who changed the Bible? Who killed the most people? Who do the most evil? Who don't worry about survival? Who have the colonies? Who stole the most land? Who rule the world? Who say they good but only do evil? Who the biggest executioner? Who? Who owned the oil? Who want more oil? Who told you what you think that lady you find out is a lie? Who found Bin Laden? Maybe they Satan. Who paid the CIA? Who knew the bomb was going to blow? Who know why the terrorists learned to fly in Florida and San Diego? Who know why 5 Israelis was filming the explosion and cracking their sides at the notion? Who need fossil fuel when the sun ain't going nowhere? Who make the credit cards? Who get the biggest tax cut? Who walked out of the conference against racism? Who killed Malcolm, Kennedy, and his brother? Who killed Dr. King? Who would want such a thing? Are they linked to the murder of Lincoln? Who invaded Grenada? Who made money from apartheid? Who kept the Irish a colony? Who overthrew Chile and Nicaragua later? Who killed David Sebeco and Chris Hani, the same ones who killed Biko, Cabral, Neruda, Allende, Che Guevara, Sandino? Who killed Kabila? The ones who wasted Lumumba, Munlane, Betty Shabazz, Princess Di, Ralph Featherstone, Little Bobby, locked up Mandela, Deruba, Geronimo, Asada, Mumia, Garvey, Dashiell Hammett, Alphaeus Hutton. Who killed Huey Newton, Fred Hampton, Medgar Evers, Mikey Smith, Walter Rodney? Was it the ones who tried to poison Fidel? Who tried to keep the Vietnamese oppressed? Who put a price on Lenin's head? Who put the Jews in ovens and who helped them do it? Who said America first and okayed the yellow stars? Who killed Rosa Luxemburg, Liebknecht? Who murdered the Rosenbergs and all the good people iced, tortured, assassinated, vanished? Who got rich from Algeria, Libya, Haiti, Iran, Iraq, Saudi, Kuwait, Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, Jordan, Palestine? Who cut off people's hands in the Congo? Who invented AIDS? Who put the germs in the Indians' blankets? Who thought up the Trail of Tears? Who blew up the Maine and started the Spanish-American War? Who got Sharon back in power? Who backed Batista, Hitler, Bilbo, Chiang Kai-shek? Who? Who decided affirmative action had to go? Reconstruction, the New Deal, the New Frontier, the Great Society. Who do Tom S. Clarence work for? Who doo-doo come out the colon's mouth? Who know what kind of skeezer is a Condoleezza? Who pay Connolly to be a wooden Negro? Who give Genius Awards to Homo Locus Subsidiary? Who overthrew Nkrumah, Bishop? Who poisoned Robeson? Who tried to put Du Bois in jail? Who framed Rap Brown, Jamil Al-Amin? Who framed the Rosenbergs, Garvey, the Scottsboro Boys, the Hollywood 10? Who set the Reichstag fire? Who knew the World Trade Center was going to get bombed? Who told 4,000 Israeli workers at the Twin Towers to stay home that day? Why did Sharon stay away? Who? Explosion of owl. The newspapers say the devil's face could be seen. Who make money from war? Who make dough from fear and lies? Who want the world like it is? Who want the world to be ruled by imperialism and national oppression and terror, violence and hunger and poverty? Who is the ruler of hell? Who is the ruler of hell? Who is the most powerful? Who you know ever seen God? But everybody's seen the devil. Like an owl exploding in your life and your brain and yourself, like an owl who know the devil all night, all day. If you listen, like an owl exploding in fire, we hear the questions rise in terrible flame, like the whistle of a crazy dog, like the acid vomit of the fire of hell. Who? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll answer some questions a little later, but first I'd like to introduce an old criminal friend of mine who's a real fine poet that lives in your neighborhood that you maybe don't know, Marvin X. And he has a new book out, and I wanted him to mention this book. I thought I had a copy of it. It's called How to Cure Yourself? How to Recover from the Addiction to White Supremacy. Now, I gave this book to our mayor, and I told him that, you should read this book. And like, if you read this book and then went to a rehab program, you might be straight. But I don't think he's going to do that because he's getting crazier and crazier, you know what I mean? Came in our town, he fired 1,200 people, raised our taxes 8%. He's got 10 police officers at the top, all white. So I thought he needed that book, I don't know if I can force him to read it. But anyway, I want Marvin X to mention that, and then I'll answer. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. Here it is. How to Recover from the Addiction to White Supremacy from Marvin X. So Marvin, why don't you come up here and make see if you get any adherence to your cure.
Thank you, Brother Baraka. I first met Baraka about 40 years ago, 1967, when we had the Black House in San Francisco. Eldridge Cleaver, myself, playwright Ed Bullens, and Sister Ethna. So Black House became the cultural center of the West Coast Black Arts Movement right here in the Bay Area. This first poem is called This. I'm going to read about 3 poems, and that's it. This is not about making money, not about selling books, not about ego or fame, not about women or children, old age and sex. This is not about sin or some preacher, some holy book, or how one prays. It is a simple thing, like tears in the eyes, like working the last nerve, like standing when feet are tired, talking when silence is the desire, like showing love when hatred is behind the smile, like feeding the poor when they ask, like listening to an old woman who was homeless, like hearing the story of a mad Negro and a mad African, one after the other. Like listening to street children with grills in their mouths tell stories of the spirit world. This is the daily round. This is the work unfinished. To express truth, no matter who is around. And knowing truth is a circle coming round and round and round. This is not about the personal, or the lover who is lost in traffic. This is not about the teacher, but the student who will learn to stand to teach what he is taught. About the comrades who will gather as peers on the street corner to save themselves. Not about the black, the white, the mixed, or the mad. It is coming together to realize life is a moment to seize or be lost in eternity. It is knowing action and reaction, passing the tone test in the presence of the beast. It is about getting through the day so one can fight tomorrow. It is about seeking knowledge above food, rent, and pleasure. Knowledge is the power that turns the universe into a ball. We throw into space and time until it explodes into particles of a new world for all to see and wonder. I'm going to read this from How to Recover from the Addiction to White Supremacy. It's a poem. And I'm really trying to say in this book something that I actually dealt with in another book called Beyond Religion Toward Spirituality. But this is a continuation of the same topic Because when we talk about white supremacy, I'm talking about coming from an animal plane to a divine plane. It's real simple. All is God. God is all. God is the people. God is the cow. God is the horse. God is the tree. God is the river. God is the fish. God is the child. God is the youth. God is the old people. God is the poor. God is the rich. God is the hungry. God is the sick. God is the dope fiend. God is the alcoholic. God is the sinner. No God but God. What if there's no God but God? What if God is the captive you won't liberate? What if God is the child you won't love? What if God is the mama you hate? What if God is the daddy you hate? What if there's no God but God? What if God is the fear you won't release? What if God is the pain you won't release? What if God is the love you won't release? What if God is the tears you won't cry? What if God is the lies you tell? What if God is the mountain you won't climb? What if God is the success you won't try? What if God is the beauty you don't see? What if God is time running out the hourglass? What if God is the body you refuse to heal? What if God is the mind you refuse to feed? What if? What if God is ready when you ain't ready? What if God is ready when you get ready? What if there's no God but God? What if God is the forgiveness you won't give? What if God is the denial you drown in like a hog in slop? What if God is the peace in your house, the love in your life, the joy on your face, the happiness in your heart, the thankfulness of your smile? What if there's no God but God? What if my life and death are all for God? Not for a woman, not for a man, not over woman, not over man. My life and death are all for God. What if? What if I grieve for nothing because God is everything? What if God wants, I want? What if God don't want, I don't want? What if God has, I have? What if God don't have, I don't want? What if there's no God but God? And I'm going to end with this. Baghdad by the Bay. The surge is working. The surge is working, the general says. Why not? With Baghdad under siege. 30,000 crusaders on post. Surge is working fine. 4 million vacated their houses. The doctors, professors, scientists, all gone to Jordan, Syria, Iran. The surge is working. Uncle Abdullah is paid off in his desert tent. For now the insurgents have switched sides. The assassins' costume changed to pimp the crusaders. After all, they must pay for every drop of blood. It is the Arab way. The surge is working. 2 hours of electricity in the best neighborhoods. Even Saddam did better than this. Billions have gone to reconstruction. A sham even Condi can't explain. Black water cowboys ride wild, killing through the streets with immunity like they used to kill niggas. Great progress from killing niggas to killing sand niggas. The surge is working. Now you want to surge your punk ass into Iran. Go ahead, white boy, your end is near. It is sad we are here in your midst. Don't you see there's no more water? Don't you see the fire has come this time? For all your iniquities, there must be justice. This is not a pretty day. Even the night shall be ugly, and mothers shall scorn the hour of their birth and the birth of their children. For every hateful thing you have done throughout time, stealing nigger mail in the dirty South, stealing the life of black soldiers from Civil War to World War I, II, Korea, Vietnam, and Iraq, you must go to the cashier and cash in your chips. The surge is working. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them in about 10 minutes worth. I can't hear well, so you have to speak real loud. You know.
I'll come up and protect you. Too.
Okay. Just make sure you can hear what
Any questions?
I don't see any questions.
For Mr. Baraka?
No.
Yeah?
She say, what's the difference between new civil rights?
Well, yeah, the question is what Mr. Baraka's comments might be on the new civil rights movement, what that movement has to learn from the earlier civil rights movement, and yeah, is that about it? Yeah. Yeah, and what the new civil rights movement has not learned and needs to learn.
Well, there's first of all, there is no movement as yet at the 60s. That's the main problem, you know. It's impossible to kill Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Huey Newton, Stokely Carmichael did, Rap Brown sentenced to life in prison. It's impossible just to bounce back. We have to grow them again. And so you can see the whole tenor of this society is reactionary, backward. It's what Du Bois called the Sisyphus syndrome. If you know Du Bois's works, you know about how we roll a rock up the mountain and they roll it back down our head. Well, this is rock rolling down time, you know. And the incredible thing is that Bush, you know, I mean, forget Afro-Americans, but anybody in the world, ask anybody in the world about this leadership of this country, you know, and how corrupt and backward it is. I mean, it's extraordinary. But the reason that can happen is because there is no movement. See, if there were really a movement, and I always say we need for the Afro-American people, we need a national organization elected democratically like a Congress, is what we tried to do in the 19th century, the Black Convention movement. We tried to do it again in the 1940s with the Negro Congress, National Negro Congress of Du Bois. And we tried to do it in the 70s, 1972, the Gary Convention. You need a national movement because there are 50 million of us. We're over $600 billion a year. And if we had a national movement, we could influence American politics. You could never have let Bush get in there in Florida. That could never happen. That would never happen. And as a matter of fact, even when Jesse started to march, Gore pulled him back. And when the little Negroes went up there in the Congress and tried to speak against that, Gore, as the president of the Senate, wouldn't allow them to speak. You see. So that's in terms of movement, that's what we need. We need a national organization, but we also need a united front with all the different nationalities in this country, because everybody is getting their butts whipped. The whole black and brown thing needs to be reconnected. You know, the whole question of progressive white people needs to be reconnected. What happened to the movement, the anti-revisionist movement of the 60s and the 70s? So there are things that we still have to do. You know, otherwise the country will go up in smoke. I mean, they talk about the axis of evil, who are all colored people. You know, it's Afghanistan, Palestine, Iraq, who else? Lebanon. They're getting ready to go to Iran, and then they're going to go to North Korea, and then their real person is China. That's who they want. Right now they're doing a little nasty stuff, like talking about, you know, asbestos paint and stuff like that, because they're afraid of China's economy. It's the Chinese economy that threatens the United States. The Chinese economy that will control all of Asia. That's what they're really frightened of. But the point is, what are we doing? Who are we? This is the question. Are we just passive observers in our own demise? Because somebody should tell who the Iranians are. Do you ever hear of the Persians? Somebody should tell them about the Persians. The ones who kicked the Greeks' ass and Egypt's ass. That's who that is, the Persians. Bother them and they will bother you back. You understand what I'm saying? Now, Iraq was a weak country. That's why they ran in there. Saddam Hussein. And they talk about Islamic extremism. Iraq was the only secular country in the area. That's why you have trouble with those Kurds and the Shia and the Sunni. Because that's what Saddam was doing. And I'm not praising Saddam, but I know this. He didn't have no shit going on like going on now. You see. And $500 billion. And you got people sleeping in the streets. People uneducated. I mean, what is that? I mean, I'm not, you know, that's my view of it. What are we doing? That's what I'm saying, you know. So what you going to do? What are we going to do next? We're going to elect Bill 2, right? to be the president. And what is that going to be? What did Bill 1 do? What's Bill 2 going to do? That's what it is. You come back in a different disguise, but it's going to be the same thing. Yes?
What do you think the role of poetry and the poet are in contemporary society?
We'll raise consciousness. That's what the poet's supposed to do. You're supposed to raise consciousness. That's why you have to step on people's toes, because you have to say, that is a lie. This is the truth. See, and that's the job that could get you killed, or at least leave you poor. You see, but that's the job. That's the job. What is Keats? You know Keats and Du Bois, what did they say? Only thing that we have to pay attention to is what? Truth and beauty. Now that's a hard line in America. Imagine that, truth and beauty in America. Figure that out. You know. But the question is now, since this is not a kind of insurgent period, a revolutionary period, this is no longer the period when Mao talked about revolution is the main trend in the world today. This is not true today. Reaction is the main trend in the world today. Neo-fascism is the main trend in the world today. All those organizations in the 60s and the 70s no longer exist. Those young communist organizations that I was a member of too, they no longer exist. Those nationalist organizations that existed in the 60s and 50s no longer exist. So what are you going to do? The SDS don't exist. You understand? The League for Revolutionary Struggle don't exist. You know, RU exists, but what are they doing? You know. Yes, sir. What do you say? What is my...
The question was, what is Mr. Baraka's proudest literary achievement and of the past, and what is the literary achievement from Mr. Baraka that we can look forward to?
Okay. Well, my greatest achievement is staying alive. I'll tell you that. That's the main. And that's taking a lot of work. That's my son. That's our youngest son there, who's, 34 years old. So that's the hardest work. I think my greatest literary achievement, like all authors, are always egotistical enough to say the last thing. That's what you always say. In terms of what is next, I have 2, maybe 3 books coming out next year. One is called Digging, the Afro-American Soul of American Classical Music, which is essays from the 80s till today. One is called Razor, Revolutionary Art for Cultural Revolution, which is about that. What is revolutionary art and how do we make cultural revolution? Why do we need a cultural revolution? And I have another book that I'm trying to prepare now called Unity and Struggle, which is political essays. And I'm working on a novel called Negrosity, you know, which I read. So, you know, I mean, I figure now that I'm getting, you know, past my 50s, past my 60s, past my 70s, that I better get this work out, you know. And there's so much of it. I have so much work that it's time. You know, I want to be like Marvin when I grow up, you know, really publishing a lot of books. Because we got a lot of stuff. We've been here a long time, you know, so we got a lot of work. The question is to get it out. You know, and for you young writers, I'd say the word is don't let anybody constipate you. You know, even if it's Kinko's, get it out. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Don't wait to be discovered. Get it out. Make your reputation in quote yourself. You know. Yes. Other questions? Yes. Thank you.
I'm a non-traditional student, having come back to study history here at Berkeley, but I'm from New York City originally, and you helped me come into my consciousness when I was in high school. I was going to an all-white private school in Manhattan, and I had to do a senior paper, and I did it on your book, Totally White
Blues People.
It was a totally white private school where people like Leonard Bernstein's daughter attended, and I was like the second African American to graduate. And I read some of your work, and I decided to write a paper. And it not only raised my consciousness as an African American, I think it raised the consciousness of my fellow students and teachers, because they were totally shocked that I would come and do a presentation on your work in that environment back in the 70s. But I guess I wanted to just ask you about your thoughts on Africa and African Americans and our relationship with Africa. I just recently come back from a trip to Ghana and was very concerned with the level of poverty that you see there.
Yeah.
And I just want to know what kind of thoughts you have on what we as
Yeah.
African Americans can do as far as helping out in international situations like that, particularly in Africa.
Well, first of all, what you see in Africa is a continuation of colonialism. I mean, the colonials never left. They've got Negroes in place, more negrosity, but colonialism still impoverishes that. Africa was better off in the 60s, actually, in the early 70s, because at least they were fighting. You had MPLA and the rest of those organizations. They were really fighting. It was armed struggle. But remember, again, you lose Nyerere and Touré, you know what I mean, Cabral, you know what I mean, Sebeko, they kill all those people. I mean, Biko. The point of that was to establish what you see, a static. You should read in Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Kenyan author Ngugi. You should read his book. He's got a new book called Wizard of the Crow that lays out what the modern neo-colonial African state is. And it's connected to this because that's what's happening here in Newark. Now, I mean, in black cities. Remember, black people live in 27 cities in the main, where there are pluralities and majorities. They have almost $600 billion a year, the 16th largest gross national product in the world. But what are you doing with it? You see, but the Africa thing is always tied to us. When the black movement in the 60s and 70s was at its peak, so was Africa, and that Pan-Africanism has to be reignited, the whole Pan-African. I was at the last real Pan-African Congress, 1974, Dar es Salaam, and Nyerere and Touré gave their definition of what Pan-Africanism was. It says the worldwide struggle of African people against imperialism. Now that's clear. A lot of people disagree with that because they've got these kind of atavists and kind of cultural nationalist definitions, but that definition is clear. The struggle of black people all over the planet. And wherever you go, if you travel, you find that we're on the bottom everywhere. But here in the United States, where you're the richest and the best educated black people on this planet, you are the leaders of the Pan-African movement. It wasn't coincidence that Du Bois and even Marcus Garvey were leaders of that. I mean, it's important, that we understand not only Africa but the Caribbean, that we understand the Pan-American connection. How many African peoples are in Puerto Rico, Cuba, Haiti. That's one of the reasons that Cuba is so strong. Fidel goes to Oriente, the East, to get his election because it looks like Harlem, looks like Haiti, in Cuba. So that depends, Africa depends on its internal, development naturally. That's always principle. But it also depends on how much that we can connect again in a Pan-African kind of struggle. Pan-American and Pan-African is what it depends. Because, like I said, we lost a lot of people. And how do you rebuild that? The youngest ones in the movement that I know, who were they? Huey Newton dead. Stokely Carmichael dead. Rap Brown locked up, life imprisonment in Atlanta, now in Colorado. So it's a very important thing. And it's a generation, the generation that's come now to maturity. They've got so much responsibility, So other questions that I can answer. Okay.
One more, and then we're going to let Mr. Baraka eat and rest.
Good point.
Thank you so much for coming. I was struck last year studying writing in New York in the late 50s and early 60s by how much of a focal figure you were in shaping taste through your work as an editor. I'm thinking particularly of Floating Bear and Eugen, but other presses as well. And I'm wondering what relationship you see between the work that you've done as an editor
Well, to tell you the truth, when I first came back from Puerto Rico to New York, expecting to find the world-class intellectuals in New York, which was actually not true. Although there were a couple of people who were great, a guy named Alan Polite, Allen Ginsberg, who were... The reason I started the magazine Yugen, because I wanted to get published. So I figured the best way to get published is publish myself. That's what I'm telling you, you know. So I started that magazine. I wrote to Ginsberg. He gave me the names of all these people. Alan Polite gave me the list of all the black folks. I had the black folks and the white folks. And so I started contacting them. And because I contacted them, not only did I understand their work, what they were doing, and how it influenced my work, you see, but then I developed a kind of network of understanding. So the editorial work is always important, and I edited several magazines since then, and now the newspaper Unity and Struggle, though we've had some ideological struggles in the last year, it's going to take us a while to get that out. But it's very important that you put out stuff. You have to somehow balance, you have to have a superstructure that balances the crazy media. You know, when you look at TV or look at what's the bestsellers list, read that garbage, all of that garbage on there. And, I mean, it influences our people. All people in the United States influenced by that. All people influenced by that, you know. I mean, it's incredible, man. I see people, I was looking around to see, I see people walking around with these skull and crossbones. I mean, you know, y'all want to have a skull and crossbone, that's cool. But I see black people walking around with skull and crossbones. Don't you know that's how you got here? Don't you know that? You know what that is? But it just shows you that level, what was that, Johnny Depp in End of the World? I never saw all of that, but the influence. I mean, I saw a dignified looking white woman over there. Well, I don't want to say where I saw her, but she was over there. She had a necklace made of them the skull and crossbones on this campus. So my God, you know, I mean, this stuff penetrates everywhere. What does she think that is? What does she think? Does she know what pirates were? You understand? Does she know what do they call them people? Privateers? Elizabeth made those privateers. You know, it's incredible. The first one was what? The good ship Jesus. You know, Sir John Hawkins. Don't y'all understand that? But that's history. You're a history major. Get on that. You know. But I was just saying the influence of the media on us. You see yourself, you'll hear yourself saying something, and if you think it, you say, no, but that's stupid. Why am I saying that? You know, or you walking down the street saying, you know, I ain't no good, I'm ugly, I hate myself. Why? Because of the rhythm. You like it. You know, you know, it sounds good, you know, so, you know. But, so the question of putting out not just intelligent, but radical, revolutionary materials is very important, still very important, you know. I got some books here, and so does the bookstore. I have some books. I only got a few that we would like to sell, so thank you very much.
The next reader is Marvin X., and he is going to be accompanied by Henry Grimes.
Assalamu alaikum. Thankful for Henry accompanying me. And I just want to acknowledge some friends in the audience. Abi Odun. Abi Odun. And also one of my favorite critics, James Spady. James Spady. It's strange that these two poets, I knew one for 47 years, and I met Jane once, only once. Isn't life strange? But in that one meeting, the Barakas and I were out somewhere, some place where they like to eat, and I think when we got there, Mel and Jane were already there, and I didn't really recognize her because I hadn't met her before. And I saw Mel, and he was so humble and quiet. I had no idea what a great man he is and a great artist. And then I had a pamphlet with me, and I showed it to Jane. And she didn't say anything. She just looked at me like, nigga, pleased. And I can still see that look. I'll probably see that look for the rest of my life, the way she looked at me. I'm not even going to tell you the title of the pamphlet, but I have some in my bag if you want some when I finish. Now I'm going to read a couple of poems or three, and I'm saying these poems for not only Amiri, but for Amina as well. Have you heard a woman moan late into the night 'cause her man is gone? Have you heard a woman wail just before dawn 'cause her man is gone? Have you heard her cry, "Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," before noontime because her man is gone? He wears hard gray pants. Stripes are really yellow. He wears hard gray pants. Stripes are really yellow. But when he starts to love me, he is so fine and mellow. Have you heard a woman cry 'cause her man is gone? She wanted to slap him one more time, but her man is gone. She wanted to tell him one more time what's on her mind, but her man is gone. She wanted to dig up his bones to kiss him one more time, but her man is gone. The coldest winter ever. The coldest winter ever. Arctic freeze comes south. Atlanta, 9 degrees in January. Newark drifts flow to ground like silent snow. Tears fall, all for A.B. Old poet left us this winter, and we are cold, naked in the snow. Freezing, heart still, the shock of it all. We thought he would live forever, but foolish things confound minds. Childish improprieties, no one has mastered death. Come back to tell us all, tell us all. Each time is something new to understand, to wonder why. How long shall we grieve this time? There's no closure, ever. Time is the master of life and death. Where's my friend? Are snowflakes his ashes drifting down from some mystical heaven, letting us know he is still here, will be here forever? Winter, spring, summer, fall. Snowflakes are all the words he left us. They shall not disappear. Words beyond time, beyond seasons, beyond love and hate. They exist for the just and unjust. Unavoidable truths we shall discuss, debate, ponder, marvel
at the genius of this mind who walked among us and departed in the coldest winter ever. I'm gonna finish with this one. It's called what you say when you can't say nothing. How you feel when your brother goes through the door of no return? When your uncle go, who gave you manhood training with the Dutchman, mythology of a black mass, who climbed up the hill in the Sisyphus syndrome, up and down, who wrote the story of the tribe of Shabazz, who lived the terror in the Newark Rebellion. Wife and children in the closet, National Guard in the house. Wife terrified, you bastards, beat my husband bloody. I should not be moved. Sonia said, resist, 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 and we shall. Take my husband from me. We shall not be moved. Kill my lesbian daughter and lover. I shall not be moved. Shawnee told her mama, Marvin X, the only man I like. Shawnee told me I'd never seen a man cook before. I told A.B. and Amina I want to marry Shawnee. And Mary said, Marvin, you get drunk and say the damnedest things. Amina said, take her, take her. We should not be moved. I.E. shot in the head with a .357 Magnum. He lived to tell about it. Tell me about the power of prayer. We should not be moved. We partied hard on 808 South 10th Street. Marvin, go to the store. Get me some Jack Daniels and Newports. Sonia, I don't need to hold hands. Forget that shit. Marvin, go to the store and get me some Jack Daniels and Newports. Yeah, get Damon something too. Get your friend something. He's up in his room writing. Go up there, get him some Miller Lite. Yeah, Damon's up there while the house is burning. That's him. You know him as well as I do. What was that girl he was messing with at the Black House in 1967? What was her name? Marvin, you was there. What was her name? That damn Damon. Go to the store, Marvin. Get my boyfriend, Jack. I need Jack right now. I shall not be moved. My brother gone. Uncle gone. Daddy gone. Buddy gone. Best friend gone. Departed the Miller Lite world of make-believe. Illusion of the worst kind. Dreams and dreamers. Martin Luther King knocked on his door. What do you do when Martin Luther King knocks on your door? Let him in or what? Can you imagine? What drama, what tragic comedy, what love, what lessons of love, sweetness of love, bitterness of love, no matter what. I'm a mafia woman, Marvin. We don't leave our men. My daddy was in the mafia, Marvin. My grandfather, we don't leave our men, no matter what. I'm a Howard Street woman. We know Nathan Hurd. Ain't no shame in my game. I was always black. I didn't need black arts. When that nigga came home from Newark, I was black. Doing a black thing with my brother. When I met him, Mary, I was black. You better ask somebody. I didn't need no black arts to make me black. Howard Street made me black. His mama didn't like me because I was black. My kids was black. Yeah, my little pickaninny kids. Black. Help me, Marvin. Hold my hand. Come make me laugh like we used to. Laugh all night, Marvin. You made us laugh all night, Marvin. No matter the pain, you made us laugh all night. Jack Daniels laugh. Miller Lite laugh. Hennessy Bailey's laugh. Let the elephant out laugh. Make us laugh, Marvin. The Africans say, he who laughs the longest. Come on, Marvin. Hold my hand. Squeeze my hand. I want to laugh to keep from crying.
So y'all give it up for a beautiful artist, Marvin X. Umar Ben Hassan's gonna introduce him. Thank y'all. Enjoy it.
Let me tell y'all about this black man here. We grew up in Harlem in the 70s. We grew up with Askia Muhammad Touré, Nikki Giovanni, Sonia Sanchez. We were all young people running through Harlem doing poetry because of one man. We were all young poets, young people at the time, but we were not afraid, we were not scared, because we believed that we were what we were doing. We was part of the Black Arts Movement, and I've known this brother for 46 years. I love him, I love his insanity, but he's my brother, and so he's about to do a beautiful thing here. He said I'm supposed to be part of this, but this is my part. I love Marvin X. Y'all love Marvin X too. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're supposed to close out this festival today, so we're gonna present to you the Black Arts Movement, Poets Choir, and Orchestra. And this is the second leg of a 27-city tour. 27-city tour. I was in Philadelphia a few days ago, and I told Sonia Sanchez we want her on the tour, and she said, Marvin, just the idea of a 27-city tour makes me tired. But we're gonna do this, and I'm thankful for all the poets that are up here. Sister Linda Johnson, one of the greatest dancers in the Bay Area. We got Destiny over here on the harp. We got Tarika on the violin. We got Takuma on the drum. We got Earl Davis on the trumpet. Earl Davis was a part of Black Arts West Theater in San Francisco, 1966. That's how far. Give Earl Davis a hand. Val Saran. Val Saran. Val Saran. I don't want to leave nobody out. Linda got some drummers here. Gonna make some noise for you. So I think we're about ready. Are the drummers ready?
dancers. Come on. Give them another hand. Thank you, Oakland. So we're gonna move along. We'll go to Destiny. Let's go to Destiny over here. Destiny on the harp. Give Destiny a hand. Destiny.
Light a candle and pray. For libation. Light a candle. Pray. For libation. We're gonna light candles.
That's right. Come on with it. Come on, Destiny.
Land of my father, libation for you. Land of my mother, my prayer. Land of my brother, I dance for you. My sister, I'm gonna sing. Land of my father, libation. Oh, my father,
of love. We come in the name of love. Peace, let there be peace in the name of love. In the name of love, we exist forever. We are the thrashing floor, the opening door in the name of love. Life is for love. Give love, receive love, submit to love. Do not deny love. Suffer only a little while for love. Long suffering is not love. A face of joy. A face of joy is love. Tell me of love, you who have loved longer than I. In the fire of love, in the heaven of love. I am a child in the name of love. Let me grow in love. I am the blackbird. I fly with love. I swoop into the ocean and pluck the fish in the name of love. Oceans flow with love. Let the ocean wash me with love. Even the cold ocean is love. Fish come from the deep ocean in the name of love. Praise God in the name of love. Unconditional and forever, never leaving, always with thee, a friend who comes in love. As the ocean ever constantly comes upon the shore in the name of love. My lover kisses me. She is wine. Every sip of her kiss, every touch of her sweet black honey lips is love. I kiss her lips. I kiss every inch of her in the name of love. I give her the kiss of life in the name of love. Down in the creek is love. Weeds growing in the creek is love. See the colors of love? The colors of weed. is love. Somebody help me. Love. Somebody need to help me. Love. I don't want to get the Holy Ghost up here. Love. Come on with it then. I'm overcome with the power of love. See the rocks, even in the rocks, live the color of love. Let love shine in your life. Cast out what is not love. Be in love only with love. If love cuts too deep, it is not love. Dance to love. Shout to love. Somebody help me. Somebody help me. This is my land. This is my land. I own this land. In the name of love. Land of my ancestors. Land of Nat Turner. Land of Sojourner Truth. Land of Harriet Tubman. I claim all of it. Every inch of it. In the name of love. I claim the corn. I claim the peppers. I claim the almonds. I claim the peas. I claim the raisins. I claim the cotton. In the name of love. Somebody help me. Somebody help me. In the name of love. Somebody help me.
Yes, are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, it's time to go to church, y'all. Clap your hands. Yeah.
Come on up, David Murray.
Clap your hands. Hey, now I don't know what you come to do. I don't know what you come to do. I don't know what you come to do. I said, I don't know what you come to do. I don't know what you come to do. I don't know what you come to do. Now we come to clap our hands. We come to clap our hands. We come to praise His name. We come to praise His name. We come to shout for joy. We come to shout for joy. We come to praise His name. We come to praise His name. I love Jesus, Jesus, Jesus,
Mary, Baraka, Malcolm.
We come to shout. 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 We come to pray. 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 His name. His name. Her name. Her name. Her name. Oh, His name. Oh, His name. Oh, His name. Just His name. Bless her name. Just His name. Bless her name. His name.
Michelle LaShow. Michelle. Give her a hand. Now, we don't don't want to get too spaced out up here with the Holy Ghost, so we're going to come back down to earth. Mary Baraka got a poem called Dope. I don't know if y'all ever heard Dope. I'm not going to even try to read it like he reads it. Go on YouTube and punch Mary Baraka Dope. It'll pop up. And Brother Mary worked for many years with David Murray. David Murray from Berkeley, California, all the way from Paris to be here. So Dave is going to accompany me on Dope. Ray Light, Morning Fire, Lynch, yet, yes, the pain in dreams comes again. Race pain. People, our people everywhere, yeah. Yeah, our people, yeah, people, every people, most people, most people in pain. Yes, the pain, and today pain. Wow. It must be the devil. It must be the devil. It must be the devil. Ow. Yeah, the devil. Ow. It must be the devil. Must be the devil. It must be the devil. Can't be Rockefeller. Can't be Rockefeller. Can't be him. No, Lord. Can't be DuPont. It ain't DuPont. No, Lord. Can't be. No, Lord. No way. No way, Jose. It can't be them rich folks. They's good to us. They good to us. I know. The master told me so. He told me they good to us. They good to us. So I see it on Channel 7. I see it on Channel 9. I see it on Channel 4, and Channel 2, and Channel 5. Yeah, I see it. Rich folks good to us. Poor folks ain't shit. Hallelujah. Ow. It must be the devil. It must be the devil. We're going to heaven. We're going to heaven after I die. We're going to heaven. Yeah, we're going to heaven after we die. We ain't going to be hungry. Everything going to be different after we die. Yeah. Ain't going to be no pain. Ain't going to be no suffering. We're going to go go through this again after we die. After we die. Wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! After we die, it's all gonna be good. Have all the money. We're gonna have all the money we need after we die. Have all the food. We're gonna have all the food we need after we die. Have a nice house. We're gonna have a nice house. We're going to have a house like the rich folks got after we die. After we die. Yeah, after we die. We can live like Reverend Ike after we die. Hallelujah. 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 It must be the devil. It ain't. Wait a minute. It ain't capitalism. It ain't capitalism, is it? It can't be capitalism. No, it ain't that. Jimmy Carter wouldn't lie. Life's unfair. But it ain't capitalism. It must be the devil. Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! It must be the devil. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It ain't the police. Right? It ain't the police. Jimmy Carter wouldn't lie. Roosevelt wouldn't let him. Lillian wouldn't let him. Drunken racist brother. Ain't no reflection on Jimmy. It must be the devil. The devil got in here. I tell you, the devil killed Malcolm. The devil killed King. The devil killed both Kennedy. Pablo Neruda. Overthrow Allende. Kill Lumumba. And negotiate with Stephen Fletcher. Sleep and eat. Birmingham. Must be the devil. Pluralism. Jimmy Carter would lie. Didn't you hear him say in his State of the Union message? He said, I swear on Rosalind's face lifted Catatonia. I wouldn't lie. Nixon lied. Holman lied. Dean lied. Hoover lied. Suck dicks too. But Jimmy don't lie. Jimmy wouldn't lie. Must be the devil. Put your money on the plate. Put your money in the plate. Come on, put your money. Put your money in the plate. Come on, get that money. Put that money in the plate. Must be the devil. Must be the devil. KB Rockefeller. Multiplication University. It must be niggers. Oh, it must be niggers. It can't be Mellon. He gave Winky Suckass a fellowship in his bank, put him in charge of closing out mortgages in the lowlight. Pittsburgh Hill niggers. It can't be him. Yes, sir. 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 Put your money. Put your money in the plate. Put your money in the plate. Don't be late. Come on, don't be late now. Put your money in the plate. And you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait. Okay. You're going to be in heaven after you die. You're going to be in heaven. You're going to get all you need. Once you go, yes, sir. I heard it on the Jeffersons. I heard it on the Jeffersons. I heard it. I heard it on the Rookies. I swallowed it. Whole on roots. Wasn't it nice? Slavery was so nice. Slavery was so nice and cool. But wasn't slavery cool? Come on, tell the truth. We had a good time eating watermelon. Yeah. Must be the devil. All you had to do was wear derbies. When you was in slavery, all you had to do was wear derby and vest and train chicken and buy your way free if you had a mind to. It must be the devil. Wasn't no white folks. Lazy niggas chained themselves Hey, we chained ourselves. Remember? We chained ourselves. Yeah, we chained ourselves. And threw our own black asses in the ocean. Black ass in the ocean. It must be the devil. It must be the devil. Give me your money. Put your money in the plate. Put your money in the plate. Heaven gonna be here soon. You just gotta die. Just go stop living. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Breathing and babbling. Oh, heaven. Heaven gonna be here. You gonna have all what you need. Bam! All of a sudden, heaven gonna be here, and you gonna have everything you need. The assembly line you work will dissolve in the air. Wow! Wow! Just gotta die. You just gotta die. This whole world ain't nothing. Must be the devil got you thinking. So it can't be Rockefeller. It can't be Morgan. It can't be capitalism. It can't be national oppression. Wow! No way. Now go back to work and cool it. Go back to work and lay back. Just a little while longer till you pass. It's all gonna be all right once you gone. Give me that last bit of silver you got. Stash there, sister. Give me that dust now, brother. I'll be okay. It'll be okay on the other side. Your soul be clean and washed pure. White. Yes. 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 Ow. Wow. Now go back to work. Go to sleep. Yes. Go to sleep. Go back to work. Yes. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Amen. Amen.
Wanda.
That bitch here. Now you know I don't like that bitch. I ought to get about the casket and whip her motherfucking ass. Now how dare she come to my funeral after I caught her and my husband fucking? Well, you know what? They can fuck forever now. Girl, but did you see that other bitch come up in here and sing that song I don't like? Now, how that hoe gonna come up in here and sing a song I don't even like at my funeral? I ought to get about the casket and beat her ass too. These niggas is too much for me, I tell you. I'm glad I'm gone. I am, I'm glad I'm gone. Hey, look at my man over there. Over there crying them crocodile tears. No, damn well, later on tonight, he gonna be over his other bitch's house and she gonna be comforting him cause he feels so bad. I ought to send my spirit over there and bust up their shit. I mean, you know, I should just command my spirit, go over her house and fuck it up. You know? Girl about this here heaven shit. Oh, we gonna see. We gonna see when I get there. I tell you what, they sure better have some fine niggas in heaven. If they don't, I'm going straight down to hell. See, I can't be nowhere where there's no bunch of mud duck looking ass niggas. And you think I'm gonna stay there in eternity? Oh, hell to the no. Nah, because I know I'm cute. But did you see me at my wedding last night? Girlfriend, was I cute? I told my people, you don't be making me look like no damn ghost leaving up out of here with all that damn gray ass makeup. Have me leaving up out of here looking cute. Girl, they look like they're getting ready to close the casket. You know, I sure am sorry you couldn't make it. You know, let everybody say their little piece. Ain't stopped nobody from saying nothing they thought about me. So you know all these niggas lied, right? Niggas need to stop lying. Half these niggas couldn't stand me, hated my guts. Girl, you should have seen this one bitch come up in here dressed like Mother Hubbard. crying all over the casket, about to knock me over. Now I sure started to sit up and slap that bitch. I just played it cool. Just laid there staring at the ceiling. Well, girl, I guess I gotta go. You know, I sure hope they got some cigarettes in heaven. And they damn sure better have some Hennessy. Or I am going straight on down to hell. Later, girl.
Give a hand to Ayodele Nzinga. Ayodele Nzinga. She's one of my students from Laney College. 1981. So we're gonna do a little musical interlude for you so you can calm down. I know I went way over the line. Tarika Lewis on the violin, and some of her students, Zena Allen on the kora, the drummers, Takuma, Val. So we're gonna bring on now the Poets Choir, the Black Arts Movement 27 City Tour Poets Choir. We're gonna start with Sister Jenny Lim. Jenny Lim.
You know, Miri, I was selected the Poet Laureate of New Jersey, and then he promptly had the honor revoked because, you know, he wasn't going to compromise his principles and his philosophy and his politics, so they revoked it for a poem because he wrote the truth about 9/11 in a poem called Somebody Blew Up America. So this poem is for Amiri, inspired by his life work and his poem, Somebody Blew Up America. Blues for Amiri. Somebody blew up America, and you know who, Amiri. Somebody blew up the blues in 9/11 time, in lockstep tempo with dancing Israelis and royal Saudis. There's a devil in the house. You warned us of the clandestine Bush-Railies and Saudis, of the Larry Silversteins copping $4.6 billion for a building he pulled himself. You tipped us to the WTC and paper media not worth the air it travels on. Now somebody blew himself up in order to blame somebody else. Yeah, sounds lame and insane, but the truth be stranger than lies. Yes, somebody blew up the cradle of civilization. Somebody messed up Mesopotamia and all her ancestral treasures on a handshake, with all that oil bleeding from her womb, with all the midwives of profit and doom, lusting for the payout of the century. Oh yeah, somebody pulled the wool over our eyes and laughed all the way to the World Bank, Halliburton, and Dick Cheney's house. Somebody staged the planets and the stars and the planes. Somebody staged the execution of Saddam. Somebody staged the assassination of Bin Laden. Somebody staged the Boston Massacre bombers. Somebody detonated the bombs at the Twin Towers for a photo op and reality TV. Yeah, somebody drank the Kool-Aid and stole our votes in Florida and let the wolves run out of the pack. Wolfowitz, Rumsfeld, and Bremer. Somebody took the terrorists out of our country and left our country in terror. Somebody massacred women and babies and then called it collateral damage. Somebody went to the WTO to fix all the rules, and to the G4S. Yeah, to the G4S to demand protection. Oh man, somebody blew up America just to up the ante. Somebody blew up America for the 1% and stole all the wealth through inside trading and offshore thefts. Somebody left you and me holding the bag and looking into the empty barrels of guns. Somebody gave us Facebook, Yahoo, and Google so we can be in touch with the NSA at all times. Somebody sent the drones. Landless.
gentrified. Ghetto children in the inner city got grandparents from the country who moved to the city for a better life for your parents. And somehow missed the mark, or the mark moved, or maybe we marked to wonder because we going back to the country because there ain't no jobs in the city, just cops, coffins, drugs, and guns. No milk, no honey, believe that, hun, and see how we run. So it's back to the country, back down south, back away, Jack, sold grandma's house, go back to the land we no longer own because great-grandfather sold it to go to the city for the jobs that went to Indonesia, Taiwan, Pakistan, just gone, man. Like us from the country, from the city, from the continent. Where we gonna end up at? 13 tribe of Judah born to wander in the sorrow lands of North America for over 400 years. Treated like our teeth, waiting to explode. Somebody forgot to say go, but we gone, man, we real gone. We gave up jazz, we lost blues, we've been popped by pop culture, singing Murder Inc. with no limits, cause we underneath Plymouth Rock and still don't get it. We with it, sick with it, up all night, drowning in poison, thick in the country and running down city sidewalks. We lost Weldon's Congo, we can't go home again, cause we too cosmopolitan. We transatlantic, wicked of culture, remixed, spaded, neutered, birthing madness and confusion. City kids move to the country, country kids move to the city. No resting place, restless, can't breathe, won't invest, forget how they got here and where they come from. Watch them run, watch them run, treated like our teeth, waiting to explode. All of us at the hands of the kings of America. The kings of America stole the Constitution, took a piss on the Bill of Rights. Kings of America killed the free press, made corporations people, forgot they work for the people, ain't thinking about the people. Lock them up for blowing whistles and telling the truth. They're waking the sheep because kings of America like it best when sheep sleep. Kings of America. Kings of America. American ghettos under attack, studied, legislated, dissolved by gentrification, marginalized beyond imagination. Kings of America treading on the downtrodden, down pressers, passing pressure down. No bananas for gorillas, Monsanto ate them all. No bins for the loonies, Reagan freed them all. To wander in the desert, Starbucks cups in hand, a testament to freedom wrote in sand. My big brother's still crazy from going to Vietnam. And now the kings of America want my little cousin to go to Afghanistan. Why? He can go crazy and die right here and still be just as American. I thought I heard some people marching, thought I heard them singing in the fog. I could tell their eyes was open and I knew they saw it all. They said that they was looking for some justice and I felt the passion in their cries. I thought I heard some people marching, said they was going down to Freedom Hall. It's hard to sleep when your eyes are open. It's hard to sleep when your eyes are open. It's hard to sleep when your eyes are open.
All right, y'all. We have next coming up on the dance stage, on the Catherine Dunham dance stage, Dimensions Dance Theater. They're going to present to us a beautiful dedication to Baba Amiri Baraka, very fitting company, and that is in the tradition of the New Orleans jazz funerals. We're going to have a dirge by Dimensions Dance Theater. Put your hands together, y'all, for a company that has been around for 40 years. Dimensions Dance Theater.
Think about you, but
with the Black Arts Movement, Poets Choir, and Orchestra. Brother Paradise, one of our best poets, is going to do something for you. It's a classic now. It's a classic.
Paradise the Poet on Facebook. Zornell Hurston. She couldn't understand prejudice. She used to be like, look at me. Can't you see how beautiful I am? Listen to me. Can't you hear how eloquently I speak? She has the healthy attitude that most children have, that everybody should love me. So for Zornell Hurston and the children of the world, I wrote this song, and you can sing it to the person to your left and to your right if you want to. But it goes like this. If you ain't madly in love with me, something must be wrong with you. If your children get out of pocket, if you ain't madly in love with me, something must be wrong with you. Your parents be trying to disown you. If you ain't madly in love with me, something must be wrong with you. You know what to say to your exes, right? If you ain't madly in love with me, something must be wrong with you. And speaking of exes, this song was partially inspired by one. It started out as a love song, turned into something a little more political. You can sing along if you want to. I love everything about you but you. I love everything about you but you. I really, really do love everything about you but you. What's he talking about? I love everything about you but you. Check it out, Joe. They want the black spirit, they want the black mind, they want the black soul, they want the black behind, they want the black muscle, they want the black heart, they want the black music, they want the black art, they want the black rhythm, they want the black hips, they want the black power, they want the black lips, they want the black style, they want the black talk, they want the black skills, they want the black walk, they want the black ride, they want the black heat, they want the black coffee, they want the black meat, they want the black land, they want the black gold, they want the black diamonds, they want the black coal, they want the black oil, they want the black race, they want the black earth, they want the black space, they want the black dollars, they want the black God, they want the black everything but me and you. But that's odd, yo. You know what I'm saying? I find that odd. It's like you're trying to say what? I love everything about you but you. 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 Part 2. They want the black seeds, they want the black fruit, they want the black trees, they want the black roots, they want the black jazz, they want the black rap, they want the black reggae, they want the black dap, they want the black chocolate, they want the black bread, they want the black flavor, they want the black dread, they want the black mummies, buried treasures and bones, cause they can stand you when you're living, but they dig you when you're gone. They want the black Madonna, they want the black savior, they want the black neighborhoods, but not the black neighbor. I love everything about you but you. I love everything about you but you. I love everything about you, but I can't stand you because I can't be you. I have to reprimand you. Why don't you go back to the motherland so I can come back and get you again? Because I love everything African. It's true, you make me so because I want to be just like you. I want to be just like you. I want to be like Michael Jackson, Michael Johnson, and Michael Jordan, even Mike Tyson. But I can't, so I have to control you and patrol you in your neighborhood because you're so good and everybody likes you and nobody likes me. So you see, I'm going to blame everything on you. Yeah, that's the ticket. You're the cause of AIDS and the Black Plague and the West Nile virus and the African killer bees that's supposed to be coming in the economy and global warming. And I'm going to keep telling everybody this belief is true that I love everything about you but you. I love everything about you but you. I really, really do love everything about you but you. I love everything about you but you. Who dropped the atom bomb? Who prayed with the gun? Who steal elections? Who market the sun? Who make money off incarceration? Who causes global freezing? Who make up diseases and then create a cure for profit? Who be the biggest drug dealer? Who be the drone king? Who killed Malcolm, Medgar, Martin, Patrice Lumumba, Chokwe, Lumumba? Who killed Chavez, Gaddafi? Who? I love everything about you but you. Can we hear the guys say it? I love everything about you but you. Ladies, I love everything about you but you. I love everything about you but you.
Paradise, the poet. To the stage, Miss Dorita McKell.
Yes, let's hear it again for Paradise and his classic. I love everything about you. But you. Yeah, we going through it. Going through it. And in honor of Amiri Baraka, I'm going to do one of his favorite poems. One of the poems I wrote called Communion. I've not been to church in quite some time, though I meditate and mediate in my temple quite regularly. Last day of family reunion, we gathered in family church and had communion in effigy of the Lord's Supper. But this time, there was a difference. It felt different, it looked different, and awakened some apathetic, melancholy, discontented prefix, fixed for tricks I had not seen or noticed before. Then I heard a voice of pompous passion speak from the neck, from the pulpit, from the blind third eye, weakened by televised visions, incisions for psychic frontal lobotomies, word spells, fitting thoughts, and suddenly I was caught by visions of a pale, white, blue-eyed, drawn face, donning a thorn brace upon his head, dying for our sins or senses. I don't know. But as his voice of pompous passion continued to speak, I could feel fear and pain in daily puddles of rain, ancestors' blood memories sustained through me. Whipped, ripped, rocked over through deeply troubled waters, fear the white man's God, terror resonating, booming trepidations, generation after generation. Never to be thought of as post-traumatic shock, over time made docile to forget and forgot past and present survival, riddled with archives full of commitments. We took as rotting flesh to vultures, strange fruit on had and conquered grape juice and passed it around pew by pew for everyone to take, eat, and drink. And damn, I thought, is this some kind of voodoo? According to the book Moon 2, voodoo means protective genius. And I recall an Ethiopian standing by the doorway of the church, listening to his first encounter with Christianity when he heard the clergy say, "Take, eat of his body, drink, this is his blood." And that's when he ran from the doors of the church screaming, "These people are practicing cannibalism." Let's give it up for Tarina. What an honor to be on the stage with these wonderful elders. I go by many names, Miss Jordan, Miss J, but today I am Aris, the poetic goddess. And I'm going to be reading a letter to the elders. A letter to the elders. Where were you when I needed you most? Why didn't you let me know that you have been through the same thing too? Now you're saved and don't talk about your past. Why did you let them hide our history from us? Did you not think we'd be around? Oh, people always talking about the good old days. But I've seen more people die than 2 lifetimes combined. Where were you when I thought about suicide? I did it when you was on the phone like every night when work always came home and I was home for you. Now you want to cry? You ain't ever asked me how school was. I would have told you about the bullies, the teasings, and the threats. Now you want to cry? Look around. Look at them girls dating them no good boys, our elders say. But you ain't never show us what a lasting relationship looks like. I got 10 aunts with no man. Am I destined for the same fate? I came into the kitchen because I smelled the pots cooking and you told me get out of the kitchen. I just wanted to help. Haven't been back since. Where were you? You told me I wouldn't amount to nothing and I believed in you. Look at them kids. They ain't got no home training or respect. But you never gave me respect. How you expect to get it in return? You said you just a stupid kid. You did your drugs around me. You whispered about family secrets that you thought my mind was too young to comprehend. You argued in front of me. You put your hands on me. You told me to respect you. If anything, I want to be nothing like you. Then who do I be like? Who do I be like? You shushed me in church, the mosque, temple, cathedral, pitched my line. You told me beauty was pain, so I suffered. You told me it's always gonna be this way because it has always been that way. You put me in an institution because your partner didn't want any retarded kids around. You gave me antidepressants. You said I had ADD, but you never asked me why I lost hope. Where were you? I promised I would never tell our little secret. I tried to look somewhere else when you was touching me there. I don't know what to do with them kids. Let me know that my things gives you life. Where were you? And the questions add up. I finally got enough courage to ask the questions and you disappeared. One day I, Aris Marie Ella Jordan, will be an elder. And the list will be longer. I face the wounds left unhealed. And you know what the future beings ask me? Where were you? And I wondered if you asked those same questions too. Why know that one day I would be you? A letter to the elders, Aris Jordan, Aris the poet. Thank you.
That's me. Listen, you know, we're getting ready to deal with a subject now. I mean, you know, see this word nigga, I mean, what, you know, the NAACP, we're gonna bury the word nigga. How y'all gonna bury the word nigga? Stop that bullshit. Y'all call each other nigga more than any motherfuckers on the face of the planet. You go to NAACP, oh, that nigga, all them niggas, you know, and you know, and then white people, well, I've never used that word. I've never used that word, believe me. First time you get in trouble with black people, you go, oh, them motherfucking niggas, man. So let's stop this bullshit about how politically correct it is not to use nigga and all that, because the word is there. We didn't create it. White people, y'all the ones who created the word nigga. We don't know about no
Matter of fact, every race has some niggas. That's automatic. You know, that person's gonna be outside the box, ain't gonna do what you.
And you find most of the niggas now in your governments. A lot of niggas in your governments.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Listen, man.
They.
Y'all got y'all's problem with your government. We got our problem with ours. But now what? M6 is supposed to do something to me, or the CIA? You know how many motherfuckers done threatened me or hung up the phone on me? I've been here this long. Fuck that bullshit, man. But anyway, the last poets. I don't think nobody could out nigga us. We had die nigga, run nigga, wake up nigga, Hebrew my pretty nigga. Niggas are scared of revolution, and niggas are very untogether. I mean, we took the word nigga and but our thing was, we was trying to get people to stop using the word nigga because there's so much behind it. But evidently, they can't, so this why this poem is still appropriate at this time. Niggas are scared of revolution, but niggas shouldn't be scared of revolution. Because revolution is nothing but change. And all niggas do is change. Niggas coming from work and changing their pimping clothes at the streets to make some trick change. Niggas change their hair from black to red to blonde and hope their hair, hope their looks will change. Niggas change from men to women, from women to men. Niggas change. You hear niggas say, things are changing. Things are changing. Yeah, nigga things into black nigga things that go through all kinds of changes. The change in the day that makes them run away. Black power, and the change that comes over them at night as they sigh and moan. Ooh, white flies. Niggas always going through bullshit change. But when it comes for real change, niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas are actors. Niggas act like they're in a hurry to get to the great white hope. Niggas try to act like Malcolm did, but when white people don't act like he did, when white people don't act toward them like he did, Malcolm, niggas want to act violently. Niggas act so cool and slick, causing white people to say, what makes those niggas act like that? Niggas act like you ain't never seen nobody act before. But when it comes to acting out for revolutionary causes, niggas reply, oh, I can't deal them actions. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas are very untogether people. Niggas talk about getting high and riding around in L's. Niggas should get high and ride to hell. Niggas talk about pimping. Pimping what? Pimping yours, pimping mine. Just to be pimping is a hell of a line. Niggas are very untogether people. Niggas talk about the mind. Talk about my mind stronger than yours. I got that bitch's mind uptight. Niggas don't know a damn thing about the mind, or they be right. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas fuck. Y'all know niggas fuck. Niggas love the word fuck. They think they're so fucking cute. They fuck you around. The first thing they say when they're mad is fuck it. You play a little too much of them, they say fuck you. When it's time to TCB, niggas are somewhere fucking try to be nice to them. They fuck over you. Niggas don't realize while they're doing all this fucking, they're getting fucked around. But when they do realize, it's too late. So all niggas do is just get fucked up. Niggas talk about fucking that, fucking this, fucking yours, fucking my shit. Not knowing what they fucking for. Ain't fucking for love and appreciation. Just fucking to be fucking. Niggas fuck white thighs, black thighs, brown thighs, yellow thighs. Niggas fuck ankles when they want other thighs. Niggas fuck Linda, Sally, and Sue. And if you don't watch out, niggas will fuck you. Niggas would fuck if it could be fucked. But when it comes to fucking for revolutionary causes, niggas say, fuck revolution. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas are players. Woo! Niggas are players. Niggas play football, baseball, and basketball while the white man is cutting off their balls. When the niggas play ain't tight enough to play with some black thighs, niggas play with white thighs to see if they have some play left. And when the white thighs to play with, niggas play with themselves. Niggas will tell you, niggas love commercials. Niggas love commercials. Oh, how niggas love commercials. You can take niggas out of the country, but you can't take the country out of niggas. Niggas are lovers, niggas are lovers. Niggas will tell you they're ready to be liberated, but when you say, let's go take our liberation, niggas are playing, oh, I was just playing. Niggas are playing with revolution and losing. Niggas have played with revolution and lost. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas do a lot of shooting. Niggas shoot off the mouth. Niggas shoot pool. Niggas cut around the corners and shoot down the street. Niggas shoot sharp glances at white women. Niggas shoot dope into their arms. Niggas shoot guns and rifles on New Year's Eve, a New Year that is coming in for white police. We'll do more shooting at them. Where niggas when the revolution needs some shot? Yeah, you know, niggas are somewhere shooting the ship. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas are lovers. Ooh, niggas are lovers. Niggas are lovers. Niggas love to see Clark Gable make love to Marilyn Monroe. Niggas love to see Tarzan fuck over the natives. Niggas love to hear the Lone Ranger yell, hi-ho, Silver. Niggas love everything but themselves.
Oh yeah, Power Rangers.
Niggas love everything but themselves.
Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck.
Niggas love everything but themselves. Niggas love everything but themselves. But I'm a lover too. Word up, I'm a lover too, because I love niggas, because niggas are me, and I should only love that which is part of me. Love to see niggas go through changes, love to see niggas act, love to see niggas make them plays and shoot that shit. But there's one thing about niggas I do not love.
Niggas are scared of revolution. So since everybody here has witnessed that poem, which is absolutely a Last Poet classic, you have been officially niggerized.
Good morning.
Good morning, Marvin X.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Yes. So we are going to have a little brief conversation. We've already messed up 10 minutes, so we got about 20 minutes to go, but we're going to do it. And happy birthday. Glad to see you alive, Mr. Umar bin Hassan.
Listen, well, I've been just sitting there thinking about the early 70s when we was at shows in Harlem and all of us was running through the streets.
That wasn't no early 70s, that was 68.
68, well, 68, you know, I'm from 68, when all of us together, you, me, Askia Mohammed Touré, Sonia Sanchez, and that one and this one. We running through Harlem as young people trying to give some people, our people, some direction, some sense of who they are and where we should be. So it's good to Marvin, we still here, baby. We still here.
So thankful to Almighty God Allah.
Thank you.
My children want to know, Daddy, how is you still alive? Going through all that mess you've been going through with messing with the white man and messing with these Negroes and ungrateful Negroes you try to help that want to pull you in the boat.
But Marvin, we gotta believe that we had a presence, you know, because we was into Islam and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the angels was watching over us, man.
Yes.
I believe that. I believe that. We had a little different else, something going on because Allah could see that we were trying to do the right thing for not just our people, but for the world, for his creation. We were trying to make understand, you know, we're all here together, y'all. The color thing, the what thing, whatever thing, we got to cut all that out. And, you know, and we at this point now where I'm glad to see these young white kids are saying, hey, yeah, y'all right, y'all were right. We got to cut this bullshit out.
Well, it's about damn time.
It is.
It's about damn time.
It is.
But I just don't want them to be hypocritical. See,
I know what you mean.
you know, Martin Luther King wrote in his letter from a Birmingham jail, what did he say? I'd rather be with the KKK than phony white liberals.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
But let's go back to you. Tell us, tell the audience about yourself and how you got to Harlem and got to the Black Arts Movement.
Well,
I'm from Detroit.
No, I'm part of that Midwestern funk, though. I'm from Ohio. I'm part of that Midwestern funk.
Oh, you with Oscar Teray.
Yeah, I'm part of that.
You one of them Ohio players.
Yes, I'm one of them Ohio players. Okay, I got that. Yes, I am. I'm one of them Ohio players. But listen, it was a thing where I was at this it was a conventional. It was a Black Arts Festival, and it was in forgot what city in Ohio it was, but it's the city where the comedian lives at. What's that boy's name? He lives there. It was in his city, and I was put in head of security because everybody knew I was crazy. So I was strapped at that time. I had a 45 and a 38 on me.
Oh, no, you wasn't playing.
Listen, I was a serious black revolutionary, man. 19 years old, just as crazy as I want to be. And then they're gonna give me some guns too. So I'm standing at the desk where everybody comes in to be in the, to get through. So some children come in. So all of a sudden, here come this group called the Last Poets or something. They come up, Abiel Doon, Garland Kane, Felipe Luciano, and David Nelson.
David Nelson, yes.
And so, now Abiel Doon, he was the one who was going to tell me, well, ain't nobody checking me out. I don't want to be checked. We don't have to be checked. We're here. So I'm saying, well, brother, you got to check in. Come on, everybody else is checking in. What's up, baby? He said, no, I'm Abiel Doon. I'm one of the Last Poets. We don't got to check in. So what I did was pull up my khaki jacket, and I showed him the 45 and the 38. He said, okay, I'm checking in. So he checked in, But then when they got on stage and I saw what they did with the poetry, and he came off, we cooled out everything, man, doing talk. He said, well, we had a loft, the East Wind up in Harlem. So if you're gonna come, come up and check us out. So I made it up there fast as I could, because I was dealing with some words at the time. I thought I was a poet. Yeah. And I got there. But at that time, when I got there, Garland Kane had left, and Felipe Luciano left, and David Nelson left. So Doon was looking for another poet. So he said, okay, man, let's roll them all. And so maybe we was rolling, him and me and Elijah and this other brother named by name of Jalal Mansour Nuruddin, who wrote all that poetry stuff, Jones coming down, and so we got here, and this guy, Alan Douglas, heard us, and he came. We did an album. Next thing you know, it was history, man. It was history.
Great. So how did you meet the Negro named Marvin X?
It was at a gig in Harlem, and you were standing there with your arms crossed like you was guarding the whole place just by yourself. Like you was the only guard in the motherfucking place. So I'm saying, who is this nigga, man? Let me find out this nigga. But then you got up on stage and you did some poetry. You said, you did some poetry. So I said, oh, he's a poet. But then we began to talk and hang out. Like I said, we was hanging out, running through Harlem together at times when we got together. And we had knowing who you was and who I was. And we both thought we was two of the most serious niggas in the world.
That's right.
We were. At 19 and 20 years old, 21, we were the most serious niggas we were.
And almost everybody else was serious too.
Yeah, at that time, everybody. It was a family.
Sonia, Haki,
all of them.
Mary, Sun Ra, Milford Graves, Archie Shepp, Pharaoh Saunders.
So, do you remember
brothers? Larry
Do you remember the East in Brooklyn where everybody used to go to them gigs with the East?
I don't know if was the East set up in '68.
Yeah, it was set up. No, it was like it came a little later. I think it came around about 70, 71. It was set up.
It seemed like most of the time, though, I spent in Harlem. I didn't really go to Brooklyn that often. I don't recall. Most of my time was spent in Harlem between the New Lafayette Theater and the East Wind Loft.
Yeah.
Barbara Ann
and the Black Mine by the What's the young brothers, the brothers who had the Black Mine? You ever go to the Black Mine?
I'm sure I did. And then there was Michelle's bookstore.
Hannibal Ahmed.
Yes, yeah, I remember Hannibal Ahmed. Yeah.
Okay, so they had this. They had the Black Mine and the East Wind was on the same block. Then there was a bar that separated the two. I'll never forget. There was a bar. So Friday, Saturday nights, people would be coming out of the East Wind, and people would come out of the Black Mine, and we'd be partying, hanging out, man, black everybody in their dashikis and their dresses, and it was a wonderful time, man.
Yeah,
it was a wonderful time.
One of the greatest times in my life. I was so happy to be there, even though I was underground with the FBI looking for me behind not going to Vietnam. But I didn't care. When I hit Harlem and saw all them black people, I wasn't worried about no white man.
But when they were looking for me too. They had sent stuff to my mother's home in Akron. You know, I was drafted. They drafted my ass.
You too?
Yeah, they drafted me. But fuck what I'm gonna go to Vietnam and fight for. I got a battle right here, motherfuckers. What I'm gonna go to Vietnam and fight for. So I never, and then like as I got the last pause, they said, well, this motherfucker, we can't let him join the army. He being proselytized and mad. Everybody have a revolution in the army, so they let me alone. But yeah, I was drafted, man. So I said, fuck that shit.
That's right. Well, we did the same thing. I didn't even know you was drafted like that. But
Yeah,
I came from Canada when I came to Harlem. I had been in Chicago. I left Canada underground and went to Chicago and hung out with the Chicago Black Arts Movement with Hockey and Gwendolyn Brooks and Carolyn Rogers, Hoyt Fuller, the whole Chicago crowd. But when Martin Luther King got killed, I was on the south side. You know, they burned down the west side.
West side, yeah.
I was on the south side, but I got up early that morning. And when I got up, I got to go to 63rd and Cottage Grove, and it was under occupation by the National Guards. So where I was staying at on the north side, I had moved to the south side, but my people on the north side left a note at my room on the south side saying that the FBI had just came there looking for me. That's when I decided. I called Ed Bullins at the Lafayette and said, Ed, I need to get out of here. He said, come on you can work at the Lafayette and help me with the Black Theater magazine. So, the Black Theater magazine was upstairs from Small's Paradise.
Right. So listen, too, in Akron, Ohio, we had a little black movement, little riot, and because we got tired of the Akron Police Department humiliating our grandfathers, our fathers, our uncles, and we young people at that time in Akron, because Akron was, it was one of those real Midwestern work towns where you either get a job or shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
So I got busted. What happened was Akron Beacon Journal took a picture of the National Guard, had a gun in my back.
No.
And my picture was on the front page right there. And all my neighbors knew I was crazy anyway.
Did you have your two pistols?
I had the two pistols then. They had to go. But then what really happened, the Akron Police Department, they knew I did not like the police, and they knew I was one of the main instigators of the riots. They sent a letter of recruitment for me to come join the Akron Police Department. And my mother, Marvin, said, it's time for you to get out of here. You know, they just get down there and have an accident on the shooting range or something. So I got up out there. I didn't have no money at that time. I didn't have no money. So I lost my job at Firestone Tire and Rubber. I worked in one of the factories. I was working in one of the factories. So I didn't have no money. I pawned my sister's record player, whose house I'm in right now. My sister Sandra. I got $25 for it. So the ticket to New York from Akron was $25.
Right.
It was $15. So when I got to Pittsburgh, I had $10 and I ate some food. But now when I round up on the corner of 8th Avenue and 42nd Street, all I had was 42 cents in my pocket. Now dig this, Marvin. Here come this nigga playing the handkerchief game. Now I must have looked, because Doom said, Umar, when he showed up, you look like a roly-poly country nigga. You the jacket and everything. So I guess he said, this nigga don't want to. So he came up with the handkerchief game. A Jamaican nigga. Now, we all know about the handkerchief game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So then you guys, hey, listen, I want you to come here. Hold on to this handkerchief with me. So I don't know, man, what I'm going to do. What I'm gonna, just wait, I'll be right back. So he gave me the handkerchief again. And me being an ex-track star, bam, I took up 9th Avenue. And I took up 9th Avenue. Then I come out 3 minutes later, I hid behind this restroom on 9th Avenue. It was,
Wait a minute, now, what's that? Explain that. Explain the handkerchief game.
Yeah, well, it's that, you know what, somebody might put a little bit of money in a handkerchief and they might not have nothing. But then sometimes there could be some money in the handkerchief game. They gonna see if you got enough money to put more money in the handkerchief game with them.
So he gave you the handkerchief with some money.
Yeah, so he was saying, yeah, but then he had to go and talk to another Jamaican. But soon he talked to that Jamaican, I felt the shit in the rag, I took off. And I'm an ex-track star now, football star. So here, man, I'm in 9th Avenue and I hid behind this bathroom. I'll never forget that bathroom. And I hit about 5 minutes later, I'm still behind the bathroom. Here he come, yo man, he went up this way. He got my money. The police, him and 3 or 4 white boys chasing me.
No.
But that was my interest in to New York City, the Big Apple. So I went up to Harlem and I found them doing at the East End, their loft. And next thing I know, I was the last poet. Then I met you and everything else, man. You know. But those were some great times, though.
Yes, sir. But we was under a lot of pressure because we didn't realize who we was messing with, really, did we?
We didn't. But Marvin, we didn't care, though, did we, though?
Didn't care. That's the main thing. We didn't care.
We didn't give a fuck. We weren't scared. We were not scared.
That's right.
Fear. And we didn't talk shit like these young boys talk shit now about they this and that. We just ready if you motherfuckers start some shit, we're going to be in y'all's face. Fuck y'all.
Yeah.
That's what we were.
That's right. That's right. So it was a no fear time.
No fear. No, man. No.
So how have you been doing throughout the years, brother? Tell us where you've been all over the world, haven't you?
Yeah, I have, but I had my problems with the drug thing,
Well, we all did that.
So I had to get rid.
Everybody could get their dipstick on that. Go ahead.
So I had to, I had to deal with that, the drugs and the alcohol, but I got that cleared straight up. And I'm really happy I've done it too, because I had a little granddaughter who's come in. Matter of fact, she seemed to be the motivation for me to get rid of that, because when she was born, she would come in and didn't nobody, she was always sticking up this finger. You see this finger?
Before she was born. Before she was born.
No, when she came, when she was born. When she was born, she was always sticking up this one finger like this.
Yeah.
So you know what that is?
Yeah.
That's the top of the hood.
Yeah.
That's the top of the hood. There's no God but Allah.
Right.
So it was like, granddaddy, okay, fuck all the other stuff and the Narcotics Anonymous, you got to start making those 5 again. That's what it is, granddad. That's the only thing gonna get you, is you start making them 5. And for the last 2 years, man, that's all I've been doing, making my prayers, man. Yeah. And it took a whole lot of things away from me, and I'm glad. I don't drink. Well, first of all, I used to drink. You that yaki daki. That was my interest into the thing. So I got that yaki daki in me, I'm ready to do the other thing. So I stopped drinking too, man. I stopped drinking.
Well, that's good. I'm proud of you. I wish I could say the same.
Well, yeah, but you always.
I practice harm reduction. That's the best I can say. I do harm reduction. I'm following the harm reduction model.
But see, Bob, you do what you want to do when you want to do anything that you want to do. If you want to stop something and you want to get serious, because you can get real serious sometimes, brother. I'm telling you, when you got serious in a motherfucker. Well, and everybody knows.
One of my daughters said, well, Dad, you done been through all that shit. You might as well just keep on living your life the way you've been living it.
But that's beautiful. As long as you got children like that who can look at you like that and still love you and show respect, that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm blessed. I'm thankful for my children.
Me too, Mom. Me too.
Thankful and thoughtful, as Sly Stone said. So I want you to know that this interview that we're doing is part of the Black Arts Movement Business District BAM Fest here in California.
Yeah, so how your little business here in Oakland doing, man? How's it doing?
Well, this Black Arts Movement Business District was established by the Oakland City Council on January 16th?
Yeah.
2016, I believe. But no, and maybe it was, I can't get the date right, but somewhere right there around 2016. So,
Right.
but we have not received any proper funding for the Black Arts Movement District. There's no
Wow.
signage up along the 14th Street corridor through downtown Oakland where the district exists from the lower bottom of 14th to Lake Merritt, if you know Oakland. So my point is we haven't received any funding from the city. But to do this festival, the founder of the Black Arts Movement Business District, CDC, Community Development Corporation, is my former student, Dr. Ayodele Nzinga. And so she's heading the district, and she's envisioning how it should go. And I sort of passed the baton to her so I could step back. You know, I got another daughter say, Daddy, pass the damn baton. It's time. We ready. We qualified. So step your ass back and let us handle this. So I'm trying to do that.
I know, but it's deep. It's good to have children because one of my daughters takes care of a lot of my business too. But they they be happy to do it too, Marvin. They be happy to do it for us.
Yeah.
You know, since we lived this long, I guess they said, well, damn, Daddy lived this long. Let's see if I can help him to move this stuff along. So one of my daughters does a lot of work for me too, man.
Yeah,
You know?
that's great. So this festival.
How's Eastside? Hey, listen, how's Eastside Arts Alliance doing?
Eastside Arts Alliance, I think they did their festival, annual Malcolm X festival. I think they did it as a virtual festival this year. Just as the Black Arts Movement Business District is doing. So it's all virtual online. So this recording and interview that we're doing, we're going to play it during the month of August. The festival actually starts from throughout the month of August.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
So we're going to record this and save it, and then it'll be played during the month of August, and I'll send you the schedule so you know what time your interview will be played, and everybody else that's part of it.
Yeah,
so tell me anything else you'd like people to know. Somebody reminded me the other night about your poem about getting fucked. You know that poem?
Yeah, I talking about niggas love to fuck. Niggas are scared of revolution.
Can you say that?
Yeah, niggas are scared of revolution. People still love to hear that poem too, man.
Yeah, come on.
They say that poem now, Omar, is probably more real than it is when you first did it, man. You know?
Yeah, because we got fake news and fake niggas.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Do you?
But listen, man.
Why don't you say it? Say it for us.
I haven't done that poem in so long, man. Probably it's in my memory.
What's the title of it?
Niggas are scared of revolution.
Okay, that's it. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, they can look it up on YouTube or something.
Yeah, they can get it. But I'll give you a little something else. Like,
go ahead.
The media has been alerted to the brave new world with action-packed comedies full of Navy SEALs and dirty blondes. Welcome to the revolution where ex-CIA madmen go AWOL in children's cartoons. No deposits, no return. A sickness prevailed in the land. The keepers of the watch are fondling the children. Youthful madness chasing games around the fire. Malt liquor grins dripping with the sacrifice of innocence. The blood in their eyes smiles so defiantly at their wounds. Teasing and following laughter to his death, dancing in the joys of casual violence and polite discussions of their sense of self, screaming songs of big time and champagne into the dreams of open swords that lurk and scheme in the shadows of clouds of smoke, begging for slow rides in silent ambulances to well-stocked morgues where rhythm and blues oozes out of muted loudspeakers. Wholesale genocide at discount prices. America, love it or leave it.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam.
We're going to talk again soon. Thank you, Umar bin Hassan of the Last Poets.
Thank you too, brother. So we are stable thing. You got
hold up. We're going to end this conversation here, and then we can talk on the phone.
All right.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. You be safe out there, Mama.
You too, in Big D. Where you in Lansing?
No, I'm in Flint.
Oh, you're in Flint. That's right. All right,
In
brother.
the
Peace
home
out.
of General Motors.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
All these niggas, they all riding in big, nice cars and trucks too.
Uh-huh.
Marvin.
Today, we will be hearing from women writers, many, some from the Black Arts Movement, as well as new and emerging writers. Let's welcome our Black female writers.
My name is Elaine Brown, and I've been arbitrarily selected to be the moderator of this panel, whatever that means. But I'm going to take advantage of that because I'm old enough to have to remember the beginning of the Black Arts Movement. I'm just going to be 1 minute or a minute and a half to sort of set the tone for the whole question of the Black Arts Movement, because it wasn't just, this wasn't a so-called hip-hop movement where everybody got something to spit, you know. People were actually advocating for change. And so one of the great poems that comes out, that's sort of the seminal moment in the Black Arts Movement, is Leroy, then known as Leroy Jones, Amiri Baraka's poem, Poems That Kill, right? And if you don't know it, just go look it up, because you should know it. And so the whole question of the Black Arts Movement followed the so-called Black Power movement, which was to talk about the resistance to oppression, to the rising up based on Malcolm X's call for, by any means necessary, the rising up of black people with armed self-defense. So let's not just get into a mamby-pamby conversation about somebody who could write a poem. Huey Newton wrote poems, Erica Huggins wrote poems, I wrote songs, we all did it. We didn't say we were artists who happened to be black, and we didn't say we were blacks who happened to be artists. We said we were revolutionaries who used art as a force to encourage, inspire, advocate for, and so forth. So that was a tone we in the Black Panther Party set for ourselves. So I did 2 albums of songs that went to that, but we had a newspaper that was published, and that's part of that. And we had books and art by Emory Douglas and other artists that were in the Black Panther Party, but we thought of ourselves as revolutionaries who used our art to advance an agenda of freedom. So that's the tone that I would like to set, because I believe that was what the purpose of the Black Arts Movement in coming together was, to set the tone and the language for us to think of ourselves as fighting against oppression toward the concept of freedom. Now, we have fallen so far behind, and I'm not even going to talk about, people like Common saying that he wanted to be he's mad about Eric Garner, but he don't want to disrespect the police. I don't even know what that's about. So, but today or yesterday, whenever they had the NAACP Image Awards, NAACP, whatever, had the Image Awards, they gave an Image Award to Clive Davis. So this is for black art. Remember, the NAACP Image Awards have to do with, acting and singing and whatever else they have to do with. But I want to say that we've gone so far backwards. We're so happy to be on Master's TV Plantation. We love him so much that we're now celebrating him for our awards, right? So it's a sad moment. So I just hope that we can reflect back on what the purpose of the Black Arts Movement was and begin to figure out how we can use art in a way that can inspire, encourage, and advocate for the kind of change that brings us a freedom, recognizing that we remain oppressed as black people. So, voila, next person, everybody do your thing, and then that's it for me, the moderator person. So, okay, I want to say one last thing. I'm so proud to be on here with my sisters, because we do have a sisterhood, whether we recognize it or not. But we are not involved in the anti-male piece. We're involved in the sisterhood, and we are together. And I'm even though I don't know these sisters per se, I don't have to, because we know we get it. That's right. And I'm very proud to be a part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. I'm Halifu Osamare, and I didn't start out as Halifu Osamare. I started out as Janice Miller. A lot of you don't know that who know me. But I go back to the Black Arts Movement as well. I was at San Francisco State when a lot of it was jumping off. The student strike that happened there that changed the whole education system in terms of ethnic studies and black studies in particular. I was there when Amiri Baraka and Sonia Sanchez and others came to the Bay Area to kind of share with us what they were doing on the East Coast. And for a very, very short time, an institution in San Francisco was established called the Black House. And the Black House had revolutionary theater. Ed Bullins, Jimmy Garrett, and others were doing their new-found drama, talking about the change of consciousness that was happening in the black community. There were musicians coming there to play at the Black House in the new free jazz style that the Chicago Art Ensemble was in the forefront of. And I, as a young woman, basically just got out of high school, decided that because I was into dance and a dancer, I was gonna add dance to the mix. You know, revolutionary improvisational dance. You know, that was gonna be at the moment, telling it like it is. And, you know, really, that became the beginning of my career. And I performed at the Black House along with people that were playing music, and it was a real exciting time because it was the first time that we were really kind of taking our art into our own hands and defining it for ourselves. And definitely what Elaine said about that time set up a kind of model that we are still dealing with today, that we're riffing on, you know, in the decades to come after the late 60s and early 70s. Because I became Halifu Osamari in '73 when Ntozake Shange, who wrote For Colored Girls Who Consider Suicide When the Rainbow Is Enough, came to the Bay Area from Southern California, had our own radio show at KPOO, and again, the mounting ferment of art and speaking our minds and defining ourselves was continuing out of that black arts movement, even though the movement per se had kind of dissipated. There were constantly new artists and new generations that were continuing the dialogue with the community. And she came into town with some of her poems that eventually became For Colored Girls, and she said, "You need another name." And and she researched it, and by the way, Halifu means the independent one in the family. So I kind of lived with it for a little while and said, oh yeah, I think this is me, and I've been that ever since. Now, majority of people don't even know Janice Miller. So I just want to say that I continue that in my own career and development in terms of becoming a cultural activist. And I am the founder of what is now the Malonga Cascade Lord Center for the Arts in Oakland, which is the Center for African Dance and Music. So I'm very proud of that. I went to Ghana, you know, which is another part of my own personal empowerment and development. And when I came back, I said, we got to do our own thing. Oakland has too many black people in here who need to know their culture. And you know we love to dance and play music, just like you were saying, but we need to control the mechanisms that we reward ourselves by. And definitely keep those who are the plantation masters out of that system. So I'm just saying that the beat continued after the Black Arts Movement was set in the late 60s. It continued in many institutions that are going on right today in new forms. And the Malonga Center that I helped facilitate and start is one of those mechanisms that are right here in Oakland. And you know, like I said, the beat definitely goes on. Now I'm teaching African American and African Studies at UC Davis, writing books on global hip hop. So, you know, the beat never stops.
Great, good afternoon. Really I'm happy to be here with my sisters and with all of you, and a real deep thank you to Marvin X for persevering for so long here in this environment called Oakland, which has many, many good things to it. So my name is Judy Juanita, And my birth name is Judy Hart, if you will. And I was born in Berkeley and grew up in Oakland, in East Oakland, on East Lawn Street. Some of you may know that street. It's kind of a stone's throw from where Felix Mitchell's empire was created. So I grew up in the 69 Village. So I grew up in East Oakland and went to Oakland City College in the 60s. And that's what my book is about. It's about the path of what I call the female foot soldier in the movement. So I was a student at Oakland City College where I first encountered Huey and Bobby, and would just listen to them on the lawn, listen to them and listen to all of the radicals who would be on the lawn. I wasn't listening to be indoctrinated. I was listening because it was interesting and it was hot and it was better than being in class. But I was really determined to get out of Oakland City College and transfer to San Francisco State. So I did transfer to San Francisco State, but this was the 60s, and it was so much fun, and there was so much going on every single day, sit-ins, be-ins, nude-ins, smoke-ins, everything. It was just an extremely exciting period, and at that point, I knew Janice. I always have to remind her, I know you as Janice. And she said, when were we Janice and Judy? But that was back at San Francisco State. And we were part of this movement that changed the Negro Student Association.
Right, exactly. I was a part of that in the beginning, the Negro Student Association.
to the Black Student Unions, all this is in this book. And then my roommates and I did something very radical. Huey and Bobby came to San Francisco State recruiting for the Black Panther Party in the spring of '66, just like IBM and Clorox. They came to a room like this. They had sign-up sheets in the back. They did their spiel. And my roommates, I'll pay tribute to them, Joanne Mitchell, Betty Carter, who is deceased recently, Janice Garrett Forte, and Evelyn Proctor, all joined right at that moment. I, however, had these civil service parents who said, never sell your soul, never sell your body, and never sell out your country, this kind of thing. So I hesitated for a minute, but that was the 60s, that was the summer of '66. The urban riots were in full flame, and by August, I was a member also. So we were the first 5 people and students to join the party from San Francisco State College. And yeah, it was so many things developed from there. We also, most of us came back to the college as, in effect, members of the party on campus. Some of us had gotten married to Bernard Stringer, and I married a man named Clarence Thomas, Buzz Thomas. Not the
Thank you for clarification.
No, not that one. The real Clarence Thomas. Okay, and all of us then used all what we had learned as members of the Black Panther Party to start the San Francisco State strike, which was the longest strike in student history, in academic history. It established the Black Studies program, which then expanded into ethnic studies. And so open enrollment and Black Studies started from San Francisco State. And then it spread like wildfire again, okay? So I think that's kind of enough history.
Hi, I'm Portia Anderson. I'm Portia Anderson. I was born in the early '60s, so I didn't get a chance to witness firsthand what these wonderful sisters were talking about. But of course, I was totally politicized. What'd you say?
I said, what you trying to say, we old?
No, I'm saying queens. I know. But I was totally politicized by what it occurred during the 60s, of course, the early 70s. I was thinking about yesterday evening about what helped to politicize me. Of course, the Black Panther Party, the Black Arts Movement, Nikki Giovanni, Gil Scott-Heron, just so many different writers and people, and the Nation of Islam, listened to a lot of that, read a lot of that. So there was so much that informed my writing throughout the years, in short stories in high school and newspapers. But in 1969, there was a babysitter, and I'm from Seattle, my parents came up from the South, and she could not watch us for one particular time, and her brother did. Well, her brother was really cool. He was wearing this black tam, and really cool brother, and he was dipping out ice cream, and we were just, I know I was in awe of him. Well, well, he was a member of the Panther Party, and he was killed. He was assassinated in front of his mother and his sister, and I remember her being so traumatized by it, so traumatized. So I looked it up, and his name, we called him Butchie Armstead. Forgot his first name, but yeah, they took that brother out. And from then on, I think that was the blossoming and the beginning of my questioning what was going on with our people. I always did, because where I grew up in Seattle, they would call you and they would right away go back to Africa. So I wanted to be real clear about what happened to us and how do we challenge it. How do we resist how we challenge it? So I grew politically, I continue to grow politically in my writing, but I think that was what was occurring during that period of time definitely helped politicize me.
Hotep. Shalafia said that I am Favia Kuchichagalia. My dad named me Favia. People used to ask me what my name was before that, and I used to say, it's always been Favia. I didn't know people changed their names. But when I did find out, and Marcus Garvey said that we should have African names, I changed my last name, because my last name was the last name of one of our enslavers. Got rich off of that, and I refused to even say the name out loud. But I looked at the principles of Kwanzaa, and I thought the most important one to me was self-determination, because you can't even get out of bed with self-determination. Right. You can't practice none of that unless you got self-determination. So my name is Favia Kuchichagalia. We know that anytime you hear that PH with the F sound, that's Greek. I'm not Greek, so call me by my African name, Kuchichagalia, please. I grew up in the 50s in Hunters Point, child of San Francisco with the riots, and I was always inspired by everything that was black, because I did a lot of reading. My mom was an educator. And in doing so, I learned about a lot of things that I wanted to participate in. Although my mom wanted me to be a Catholic nun, I wanted to be a Black Panther. Okay. Can you see the difference in that? So you know how that household was looking. So I decided that I needed to do something to change the world. When one of my heroes was Thurgood Marshall, I decided I was going to be the first Supreme Court justice, a black woman. And I was in college at age 16, because I knew I had a long way to go. But when I found out that the law has nothing to do with justice, I got rid of that. And I found that there was more power in the arts, in the spoken word, music, poetry, and dance. Some of the most powerful moments in my life and the lives of a lot of our youngsters is the moments that they feel and experience when dealing with the arts. So I know that we are at war. And because we are at war, my bullets, my weapon are my words, because words are the most powerful weapons on the planet. That's why we have been denied our language. And that's why we have been given a language of racism and white supremacy that we must constantly deal with and face. So in the process, although I taught at Stanford University ethnomusicology, African civilizations, one of the things that I'm most proud about is teaching in the Department of Corrections, 20 years, San Quentin Prison, Folsom, Soledad, Pelican Bay, you name it, I was there teaching. And it is of that that I am most proud, because it is there where I did some of my most revolutionary work. Because, as you know, after enslavement, enslavement capitalism, after the 13th Amendment, not the Emancipation Proclamation, after the 13th Amendment ended enslavement, the prisons became the next slave yard plantation. It's no accident that the majority of people who are incarcerated are African American, and for the most part, a lot of us, as Harriet Tubman said, we don't even know we're slaves. So many of us cannot be freed because we don't know we're addicted to white supremacy. That's right. So I focus on white supremacy, because the minute we are free of white supremacy, we can return to building pyramids as we used to, and we can return to our great African culture. So I am so honored to be here with these great women, with these sisters. And I never forget, Sister Khalifa. I'm almost in tears. And we were up and down San Francisco State University. I was there, and she was coming down the staircase. We all had to go up and down that staircase, and I was coming up, and she said, "Sister, you got to get your PhD." And I never forget those words. And I told my children, as my children grew up, I said, you can't stop going to school until you have at least one PhD. So one of my daughters is working on her PhD now, and you'll see her in the panel a little later. The other one's working on her master's, and I'm still working on mine. Ironically, when people recognize your skills and your talents, Stanford University called me and said, "You are the only one with this information. Would you please come teach here?" And that's how I got there. So basically, I noticed that because we are so steeped in white supremacy, usually we do not acknowledge each other until our enemy acknowledges us. Because we are sick. We are addicted to white supremacy. We are really a dysfunctional family. And we have got to heal our dysfunction. And as soon as we realize we are sick with white supremacy, we can make that healing occur at an exponential rate. And through the arts, spoken word, poetry, music, and dance, that is how we will heal ourselves. It is a healing force that cannot be stopped. That's why they have taken over our industry. And that's why we must continue. I mean, people used to always tell me, "Sister Coochie Chocolate, it's not the 60s anymore. Your stuff is too angry." If you're not angry, you're confused. Everyone should be angry, and we should be using that anger to heal our people. So I currently write for the San Francisco Examiner online, and they do something really slick. The minute that my article is posted, they post it immediately to Facebook. People acknowledge on Facebook, so it is not acknowledged by the Examiner. So when you read those articles, you must post your comment on the Examiner page, or it doesn't count. They do that on purpose to make sure that we are not validated. So we have got to start validating each other. So thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you, my sisters, for being who you are, making me who I am, because I stand on the shoulders of my ancestors. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aris Marie Ella Jordan, and I'm honored to be on this panel of historic women writers that have made history, are making history. And I just want to acknowledge, just my reservations. Like when I saw I was going to be on the panel, because I, just in my own moment of self-doubt said, how do I even qualify to be on this panel around Black arts movement? And I'm young, I only got one book, and I got a zine. But then I had to reassure myself, and my mentor always talks about passing the baton. Passing the baton, like what does that mean, to pass the baton? And that's me sitting here and, being willing to share my story and know that I do qualify, even though I may not have been born in the 60s and, or the 50s, or...
You are where you're supposed to be, sister, right now.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and just, being grateful to be here. And as everybody spoke of using writing as a tool, and for me, just growing up, I'm originally from New York City, my family is a hardworking family, but not so much on the consciousness. So I had to go and seek that out, the consciousness. My family is hardworking, will teach you about self-esteem, but the consciousness I had to seek out. So I think that I represent the link of, young people that's reclaiming their legacy that may not have been a Black power baby where, your family is, this is our history, where I had to seek that out. And writing has been my tool for healing and, expressing what's happening in my life, and also being critical about what's happening in the world. So not just writing for myself, but representing young people, representing young women, our perspective at this time, and continuing with the legacy of the Black arts movement of using creativity as a tool for liberation. So I'm grateful and I'm honored to be here and contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
I have this arbitrary duty, as I mentioned, but I think, we talked about, art as a tool, but one of the things we always used to say, and this has nothing to do with back in the day, I just happened to be born. I was a cocktail waitress no more than 2 years before I joined the Black Panther Party. Everybody didn't come out their mother's womb black, and anybody tells you that they did is lying, because we living on a plantation, and we still living there, and all of us tried to be white and still are trying to get a job in the white man. We don't own nothing or control nothing, so you ain't got nothing to say, because if we weren't still oppressed, then we wouldn't even need you to say anything, and we would just be up here being elder people with our little histories and our little vignettes and all that stuff. But this stuff is active and it's real and it's now, so that ain't got nothing to do with, there is no generational gap, because we are continuously oppressed. But I want to pick up on this theme of self-determination, because that you spoke about, Ms. Favia. Yeah, well, I know about Chagalia, but I also know that we used to say words are beautiful, but actions are supreme. So what I want to talk about is, if we're talking about self-determination, we don't produce our own stuff. We see these Negroes on TV, and we see all this other stuff. All of you are writers, so I would hope that each of you would just say one thing about what you've written, because of time constraints, because we didn't talk about your writing. I've written 2 books, one of them the last one called The Condemnation. One is about me, because when you're young, you have to still identify, blah, blah, blah. And the second one, though, is about a young brother who's been in prison now for 18 years, was incarcerated as an adult at 13, called The Condemnation. So we need to write stuff and use this art for the purpose. And I would like for you guys to talk a little bit about your books, your writing, and to inspire other people to maybe start asking questions, because a lot of times, a lot of young people say, well, as this young sister said, well, she wasn't there, but we were just there because we were there. We just happened to be born. It wasn't no special, like I didn't grow up, oh, Malcolm X, no. I was running around, I told you I was a cocktail waitress 2 years before I joined the Black Panther Party. You had to get conscious, and part of getting conscious is to hear people, right? So I was influenced by a brother named, in terms of the artistry, I thought I was going to be the Black Emily Dickinson. That's how pathetic my life was. See, you have to acknowledge stuff so you can acknowledge your growth, right?
Keep it real.
You keep it real. Don't sit up here acting like you was always Hooby Boo, right? So you're part of the effort that it's an ongoing effort. Just like, we're here as sisters. Ida B. Wells Barnett. I mean, how can we say we stand on her show? Well, we do. We have to keep the fight going. That's your job, because it's your time, right? Just remember, you holding down the big piece right now. We've gone on the other side. So I just want us to, each of you, to talk something about our work and how, what the meaning of these words and things that you've done. I've written songs, and I hope I wrote songs. One theme was we have to get guns and be men. I like to write songs like that. So anyway, I've written songs, I've sung songs, I've used art in every single way that I can, and I think that's important for you to recognize, but also when this sister tells you, well, she's a book writer and she's a professor, but she also was in the 1968 San Francisco strike, which was George Murray, as you guys know.
He was a good friend of mine.
And he was then the Minister of Education of the Black Panther Party, and that was the biggest student strike. Now students worrying about, are they going to get their student money, scared to sit in, scared to do anything. All they got is wear a T-shirt, I am Trayvon, Black Lives Matter, but they ain't making no movement, you understand? So, it's on you, sis. It's on you more than any of us in this panel. We look to you. We look to you. And so you're not only a part of it, that's not even an issue. It's just a non-issue. So I'll ask all of you, I've written A Taste of Power. I've written a book called Condemnation of Little B. And I've written 2 albums of songs. One of them called Seize the Time, that has a big AK-47 on the cover with the hands of a sister that has nail polish on. So that's we have to use art, and anytime you have your art, but it can't be used just for you and your friends to get applause and all that little whatever. We need self-determination, because we need to control every single piece. So lastly, we talk about what the white man does. We already know what he does. I am absolutely convinced. I get it. It's his house. It's his world. He ain't getting up in the morning worrying about us, okay? We getting up in the morning worrying how we going to live in his world. But we're not worried about how we going to develop our own world, and that is the sense of self-determination. And how can we begin to control the messages that and broadly distribute our messages, given that we're living in a time when NAACP will give an award to to Clive Davis as an Image Award because he discovered Whitney Houston. So everybody tell about your work and what you're doing.
Well, I mentioned that I started off as a dancer choreographer, and I always saw dance as text. I saw dance as a way of speaking, not just as a way of, shaking my behind and always getting down, but to actually use my dance to say something. So when I mentioned that I performed at the Black House, and I was really into dance improvisation, I saw that I was like another musician with those who were, playing their horns and creating the polyrhythms on the trap drums. I was right in there with that dialogue with my body. And that's the way I saw dance. And so when I went to West Africa to discover the roots of black dance and danced in villages with my brothers and sisters there and learned traditional Ghanaian dances, and I felt empowered to come back to Oakland, where I had lived before going to Ghana, and I could have joined the larger dance world and did my thing within that, but I said, no, I need to start my own institution. I need to start a cultural center that speaks to me and speaks to my people that the whole community can utilize. Therefore, I started Everybody's Creative Arts Center in 1978 after coming back from Ghana, living over there for a year. And then that grew into, by the 80s, City Center Dance Theater that was on the second floor of the current Malanga Cascade Lord Center for the Arts, where all the African brothers and sisters from the continent, the Caribbean brothers and the South American, Brazilian brothers and sisters started hearing about and coming here. That is why you have so many African diasporans and Africans teaching their culture in Oakland, is because we started that center. Yes, I was the catalyst. But I couldn't have done it by myself. It was a collective. And I literally put together about 6 of my friends and said, we got to do this together, because I would be in charge in terms of, helping to make decisions, but I know I can't do it by myself. So I always saw it as a collective effort. And even though I left as the founder artistic director in '88, I saw that I had started something that people needed, the community needed, and that they had begun to bring their children, and their children began to feel that they needed it. And so that's why it continued, because it really became a part of a need that was satisfied in the community. And if we begin to think about starting our own institutions, however small they are, we truly can become more self-determined. But I also realized, as I said, dance was my medium, that I wasn't going to be able to dance forever. Like right now, I got arthritic knees, and, I can dance in my mind. But I realized I needed to go back to school. Yeah, I see my sister saying, yes, sister, amen, I understand. I knew I needed to go back to school, because remember I said I saw dance as text. I was educating through my expressive bodily movement. So I was always interested in educating. And when I went back to school, got my master's at San Francisco State, and then went on and got my PhD in American Studies. And so I began to take what I understood about dance through my body and to begin to put it on the written page. And because I was a scholar by that time, and I needed to write academic books that got me tenure, all that kind of good stuff in the plantation systems of our universities, I decided I was going to write about something that was going to be meaningful to my community, not just to the academic scholars. And that's why I started writing about hip hop, because I felt like my generation were creating a generation gap between the hip hop generation and the baby boom generation, and I wanted to bridge that gap. And so my first text is The Africanist Aesthetic in Global Hip Hop, where I researched Hawaii Russia, Japan, England, and France, and showed how they were using African American hip hop culture. And my second book, published in 2012, was The Hip Life in Ghana, West African indigenization of hip hop, and showed how our brothers and sisters in Africa are being influenced by African American culture. And in fact, what has been going on since the Atlantic slave trade is what I call an arc of mutual inspiration between the continent and us. So that's what I write about.
So I don't know if I have a book in me or I can sustain that sort of attention, but a lot of my work over the years has been recently writing for the San Francisco Bayview newspaper and as an intern for the San Francisco Guardian, Bay Guardian. I had an opportunity to reclaim our art when one particular article was asking me to write in the Bay Guardian to talk about the early hip hop movement. When I interviewed this brother, he was so happy that I got it. And I got it because it's in my spirit. I understood the early hip hop movement. I understood what informed it, and don't necessarily like how it's been commercialized. In fact, I don't like it at all. So it might be able to write about the arts, whether it's a musician, a singer, a jazz artist, Sonny Rollins, wherever it was. It's important for me to be able to reclaim it, to write about it accurately as possible, and to talk about something that we produced out of our soul, out of our experience. So also too, over the years, I've written poetry. I didn't bring any with me, but it was an opportunity for me to talk about Black love and Black consciousness. And I think that's really, really important. Thank you.
So I started as a journalist and was always writing on school papers when I went to the city, Oakland City College, and also when I went to San Francisco State, I hated the student paper, and I thought it was very racist. And I had been a journalism major at language arts major at the AA level, and I decided that I was through with that, and that it was too white and it was too uninteresting. But however, I still had the writer in me, and so actually I got involved in writing for the Black Panther paper, the Intercommunal News Service, when I don't know if I got the dates right before, but it was spring '67. And then I wrote for them and worked with Eldridge and Kathleen on the paper. And each one of us in the house, we had a different function. And sometimes they called us the Sisters with Skills. You know, so Joanne was officer of the day, Betty ran the office, Evelyn took care of finances, and Janice was Bobby Seale's scheduler and secretary. So I worked with the newspaper. After the shootout in West Oakland, when Eldridge and Little Bobby were involved in the incident where Little Bobby lost his life, pretty much the next morning, the Central Committee and those of us who were involved with it, we had a meeting in Mosswood Park, and I detail that in the book. But I was so amazed because we had a tape recording from Huey, who was in jail at that time, and Huey basically reorganized the party since Eldridge was going to be incarcerated for we didn't know how long, and he said, and so I want Judy Hart to be the editor-in-chief of the paper, and I looked at Buzz, my boyfriend then, and I was kind of overwhelmed. And he said, she's a good sister, and I remember her work from Oakland City College, you know, when I used to work on the paper, and I would search out guys like Marvin X. I did a big feature on Marvin Jackman when he was there, and Isaac Moore, and all these guys, yeah. So at that moment, really, the writer in me developed. It was kind of like shedding the transient shedding the transient, a Buddhist term, we're Buddhists. I just became a different person. I certainly didn't know it until many years later, but my consciousness changed, and when I was in there writing for the Black Panther paper, and being the editor as I was for that time period, we'd be sitting there printing. We would do, it was kind of like, I forget what it's called, but we'd print out the headlines, you know, set the type practically. And those words were going through my life, off the pig, you know, all power to the people. You know, it wasn't until many, many years later that I was able to look at that phenomenon and understand what Sartre said, Jean-Paul Sartre said, that the oppressed take the tools of the oppressor and turn it on them. The oppressed learn the language of the oppressor and turn it on the oppressor. So Off the Pig, I maintained then, had a wonderful, and I go into it in the book because the young lady in the book has to explain it to her aunt and uncle. Why do they use those terms, the pig, you know, so forth. But after centuries of being referred to as baboons and coons and other animal terms, simply because of our physical characteristics, here, Huey and Bobby had come up with this term, pigs, to describe bestial behavior, not physical characteristics. So it wasn't to say off the pigs, and now of course it's passed into language, rent a pig, you know, this kind of a thing. It's not a racist term, it's a term for behavior. So those lessons were lessons that we learned when we were your age. And it colored everything that we did, so that those of us who went through school at that time, yes, we became writers and teachers and so forth, but we had a different consciousness.
That's right. Beautiful.
Okay, so my book that I have is Journey to Womanhood. And I like to say womanhood is not a destination, but a journey. So sharing my journey and just discovering, and I also added a poetic rite of passage of, I started writing as a way to heal myself, to work through my relationships with my dad, who has been addicted to alcohol since I was born, since I can remember, and kind of working through those things and also giving commentary on what's going on. So my first book of poetry is a rite of passage for me, of moving from just being in a space of pain to seeing how that can be transformed into something, a tool of healing. So that's what my writing focuses on, mainly my spiritual journey, which is a collective spiritual journey, and honoring my pain, honoring all of my emotions, everything that I'm going through, everything that I've seen my family and my community has been through. And my latest zine book is The Evolution of a Poetic Goddess, which is moving from this rite of passage of just talking about womanhood. I just had a baby who's 3 months, legend, Muhammad. So just the evolution of just not, as Elaine talked about, just not writing to write, because of course, there's so many people, especially in the Bay Area, that can write, that can perform, but transforming that into more than just, okay, people are gonna applaud, okay, people are gonna buy my book because I am a New York hustler. But moving beyond just selling a product to actually going deeper and working on my spirituality and seeing how this can benefit my community. And I just want to touch on about the publishing, because I'm always encouraging people to self-publish. I learned that from my mentor, who, you know, I just thought one day, like, oh, one day when I'm in my 40s, I'll publish a book. That's on my bucket list. And then he says, what is your excuse? There's no excuse for you not to publish your book. And just with so much technology that's available, and even looking at the Black Arts Movement, and you look at some of the material, it's straight from the printer. Yes. It's not with the glossy cover. I just feel, just to acknowledge, just like the young writers feel like, oh, I gotta have the glossy cover. It gotta be on Amazon. And what I learned from my mentor, Marvin, and just understanding the Black Arts Movement is getting the material out, getting your narrative out, telling your story that it doesn't matter if it's on Amazon. All you have to do is put it out and tell your story. So I feel like I just want to, just talk about that piece of just like some of the barriers of the next generation coming up and the opportunity, because we have Facebook that you can post your writing and it can get around the world with the click of a button. So also the self-publishing, do for self. Someone asked me, do you have a publisher? I guess Marvin would say Blackbird Press, but in that, I want to just say, he also showed me the steps to putting your work together, how to format, publishing, how to promote yourself, and doing for self. That all you need is a printer, and we have so many opportunities so much technology that you don't need a publisher. And I feel like, just this generation is kind of like waiting for people to give them something. And I feel like the Black Arts Movement didn't wait for a publisher to come. They didn't wait for nobody else to acknowledge you. They didn't wait for Facebook to say you got a certain amount of likes. They put the material out and share the counter narrative to what's happening. And I feel like I said, I kind of started off as just something that I do, but I feel like, more of a sense of purpose as to what I do. And what am I writing about? Is my writing going to liberate somebody? Is it going to touch somebody's heart? And I'm like, if I'm doing a poem and it hasn't touched nobody's heart, then I haven't done my job. If it hasn't healed somebody, I haven't done my job. Not just for people to just, that's good, snap, snap, or it goes to the beat with my poetry, and that it has to have a deeper meaning. And that's what that is the gift that the Black Arts Movement has given me, is just to do it. Just put it out there. You have to tell your story. And I feel like there's so many opportunities. So especially the young, the old, the writers, you don't have to wait for the glossy cover to get your stuff out there. Because I know Man Hugh Aim, he had his book, and he just had, he walk around, with his material. And he has evolved, but the point is that we have to start. And that we don't have to wait for nobody to co-sign. So that's the evolution of my work. And I said it's a zine, but it's a book and valuing our work. That it doesn't have to be a 500 pages of worth of nonsense, that you can put 5 pages of the most potent writing together and change somebody's life.
Thank you. I basically started writing as also was to heal. And then I realized that in healing myself, I could also heal others, and decided to do that. My mom, the consummate educator, allowed me to go only 2 places growing up, the library or to church. And because I hated white supremacy, I didn't go to church. So I went to the library. And I started going to the library because there was this cute guy who lived on the way to the library. And I would get all dressed up and go, and then I would get into the library and sulk. And then I'd sit there a few minutes, and then I'd go home. Well, this wonderful woman, Miss Young's, Bayview, Hunters Point, 3rd Street Library. She said, "Who's forcing you to come here?" How do you know? You know how the attitude kicks in. And she said, "Let me show you something, little girl." And she took me to this room. It was about the size of this auditorium. She said, "Every book in this room is written by or about a black person." Of course, I was taught in school black people didn't do anything. We started at slavery. So of course I said, that's not true. So she went to every book and she pointed to those books. And I looked at every cover. I thought, wow, it's a black person, another black person. And I read every book in that library, which is how I ended up in college at 16. But then I continued to learn that there was more I needed to know. So I started working closely with some of our greatest scholars, Dr. John Henrik Clarke, Ivan Van Sertima, on and on, Dr. Joseph Ben, and I traveled with them, and we went to the continent, and we studied, and I read all their books. And at some point I said to the group, how come we can't get one book with the entire chronology of our history in one book? And they all looked at me and in one voice said, that's your job. So I took that job and I wrote that book. And the first one was called Recognizing and Resolving Racism. It was 500 pages long, gave the history from 3,700,000 BCE all the way to the 20th century. And people complained, it's too heavy, it's too big. Reading wimps. So I wrote a smaller version of the book, but it still got the entire history in it. Because if we don't know where we came from and what we've been through, we will not survive this. We don't know we are at war. And if you don't know you are at war, there's no way you will ever win that war. And the biggest problem is a lot of our problem comes with the fact that we are constantly perpetuating our enslavement with the words we use. So it is so crucial that we use the correct words. I remember when I was growing up and I would hear about the guerrillas fighting, and I would think about who taught a gorilla how to fight? You know, serial killers, and I was thinking, well, why are the serials killing people? And because we are given words so that we do not understand, we do not evolve. So it's crucial that we stop using the language of the enemy, the colonizer, the enslaver, and we begin using words that actually reveal the truth. So you will never hear me say the Justice Department. It's the Injustice Department. You will never hear me say the education system. It's the miseducation system. We must be clear, because we wait for our children to grow up learning all these words the wrong way, and then we wonder why they're not revolutionaries. Because we haven't trained them to be revolutionaries, because we're not using the correct words around them. People used to say to me, when my daughters were little, their hair was very straight, and people used to say, oh, your daughters don't have good hair. I said, oh, no, when it gets nappy, it'll be good hair. So we've got to be very clear about where we are. So I basically started writing because the ancestors put that task upon me. Our historians said that that is your job to do that. And I realized that a lot of times we have been taught not to want to read and write anymore. You know, we used to have to take handwriting in school. And remember, you had to work on your characters, because that's how you developed your character. Children don't do that now. They just press a little button. No one's working on the character. And Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop told us that there were only two types of people on the planet. When the people were evolving, you were either a civilized person or you were a barbarian. The Africans were the civilized people, and we educated the entire planet. And most of us don't know that history. So it behooved me to write that history. But I realized that the things that we remember the most are those little songs and things we learned way back in the day. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, 3, 4, Mary had, all those things, we still remember those. So I realized that when you put the words with a little rhyme and a little music, it'll stick in your head. So that's how I became a Djali, a griot, an oral historian who uses music, poetry, and dance to heal a people and a culture. So that's what I do. So if I have to pick up a trumpet and play it, I will. If I play a little djembe to make you listen, I will. If I have to get up and dance, whatever it's going to take, so that we eventually get to simply reading and writing, because if we don't document our lives and our history, we leave it to our enemy to do so. Absolutely. We all have a job and a purpose on this planet, and we must acknowledge that planet. They've got us looking for careers. Look for your purpose,
We're looking for a job,
which is much more important than your career. Okay. So this is how I got to be a writer, and here we are.
This is wonderful. I'm just, the only reason I'm going to use the Marvin X's order to be a moderator, because that's what he does, orders us to do this stuff. So anyway, so we're going to take questions. We were told we had to, we got a few more minutes, and I would ask if people are going to ask a question, that you see the 6 sisters up here. So one or some of us might answer, but try not to just make a statement just for the purpose of making a statement. Maybe you want to just ask quick questions so other people can, expound on it. Is somebody taking the question, please? Okay, thank you.
All right, I just want to say thank you, sisters, very much for your presence, your power. You've so educated me as a young black man, and I'm very grateful to be in your presence. Much love. This book is called The Conversation by Hill Harper, and it's about how black men and women can build loving, trusting relationships. So this stems from, this is my question. I'm going to read a quote real quick, and it's not a statement, it's a statement to ask a question. In 1966, more than 84% of all black children were being raised in two-parent households. In 2006, just 40 years later, fewer than 33% of all black children were being raised in two-parent households. That is a precipitous 51% decline. We could blame it on the change in attitudes about marriage over the past 40 years, but that still would not explain why, in 2006, more than 80% of Asian American children, nearly 75% of white American children, and close to 70% of Latino children were being raised in two-parent households. So my question to the panel, the black family obviously is in trouble. What role do you think the black woman has to play in rebuilding and bringing back a strong revolutionary black family? Thank you.
I just want to make a quick statement about that, because those kinds of questions, it's like, why are we 50% of the prisoners? Why do we have lack of education? They assume that the victim is guilty for the crime.
That's right.
So I want to get it straight. Do you think something's wrong with black people? Because if you don't, then let's talk about the conditions that created this. And whatever Hill Harper has to say about black love, that's nice. But the bottom line is, I don't think there's any role of women, and other people can comment, but I want to say this because it's very important, because there's this whole notion of something's wrong with us. The Asians came, there's nothing wrong with this. What's wrong with us? There's nothing wrong with us. There's something wrong with the scheme of things.
That's right. I want to remind us that, you could not simply just get older in African culture. You had to go through a rites of passage. You had to learn how to identify with and be responsible to yourself, your family, your community, your people, your nation. The reason we aren't nation building anymore is because we have forgotten that. You knew that everyone you met at a certain age had been through manhood training. You knew he was a real man. We don't know that anymore. You knew every female you met had been through womanhood training. She was a real woman. We have forgotten those realities. So therefore, we see ourselves in the condition we are in today. And every time I hear a woman saying something like, you the man in this family, he's a 3-year-old boy, that's a problem. Every time you hear a woman saying, I'm the man and father, and I'm the mother and the father, that's a problem. Thank you so much. Because it does not acknowledge the fact that I am a woman. And I am a woman because we know that in African culture, it is the yin and the yang. You can't have one without the other because men are men. So I acknowledge the fact that as a woman, in an African-American centered revolutionary woman in a Eurocentric culture, that I must be a revolutionary woman. And I must focus on all those things that raise revolutionary children, which are things that we do not do today. We're too busy trying to be part of the what is it, get with the Joneses, and move it on up to the Jones. I don't even know what those things are. But, but we have to recognize that our role is to continue the culture. And once European culture realized that, they started attacking the black woman. At first, they just attacked the black men. But they looked up and wondered, how is it that black people continue to survive and thrive? Because they finally realized that it is the woman who carries on the culture. It is the woman who is the first teacher and the educator. And now they have learned that if you want to destroy the black culture, black family, you must destroy the black woman. So now you have black women running around calling themselves B-word and being proud of it.
Okay, but let's have somebody else say something before I get too
So I just wanted to say that the latest article I wrote is called De Facto Feminism, and it's about black women being, all of us in this century, being in the past century, being sojourner truths, and we push to, and sometimes are pushed because of circumstances, because of the rottenness of the system we're in, to be very entrepreneurial, to be forward, to be progressive. And one example that I used is the Candy Lady. I don't know if many of you know about the Candy Lady in the projects. Okay, but she goes to the, to the Costco, to the Target, so forth, and buys goods right along with the Korean and the, the Asian and so forth. So, there are a number of ways that that this underground economy which crosses legal, illegal barriers, exists. The young women who braid the hair, kitchen beauticians. There's a lot of things going on, and that we need to pay attention to some of those things and try to understand how people are trying to make it not to be like the Joneses or to be like the Huxtables, but as a matter of rank survival.
Can I say something? Sorry. I think we need to, and this is when it comes down to the power of language and understanding and analysis. We have the twin evils, white supremacy and capitalism. And if we're not teaching each other about that and learning about that, then we attack each other. And understanding that we have, as a people, as an African people, have been the lightning rod for capitalism and, of course, for white supremacy. So we have been the ones who've been easily discarded in the labor market. And that's been going on for several decades as jobs have moved out abroad and whatever have you. So if we don't understand, and it's a process. I mean, I'm still learning. You know, I'm in a group called League of Revolutionaries for a New America, where we talk about the class system and white supremacy. And there's a lot of talk about what's happened in the Communist Party and black folks. So these are things I'm still learning, but we have to understand that we need to not fight each other, but fight capitalism. And that may be a broad, scientific, long-reaching sort of idea, but we have to talk, okay, if I'm out of a job, do I attack you and attack me? Or we attack each other? No. Let's talk about what's really happening in the labor force and what's happening and what's not happening for black people.
But the simple answer to your question is, our role is to continue to love our children. That is what we need to do. And because that is what is going to see us through all of the dysfunction of the family in general. Yeah, of course. So don't fall for the blaming of the victim kinds of mechanisms that is happening, telling you that, you know, a one parent household is not going to produce healthy children, when it is better for children to be raised by one loving parent or two loving parents of the same sex, you know, rather than a dysfunctional family that has a male and a female in it and it's not working. Okay, so that's the main thing, is our role is to continue to love our children as black women always have.
Let's take another question. You're not getting to talk back. Who got a question? Is somebody on this side got a question?
Oh, no, I had a question.
Somebody got the mic, I don't hear it.
I have a question.
Okay, well, you just pass the mic along. Might be somebody on this side. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, my question was,
I just make note that Hill Harper plays the police on TV. Go ahead.
my question was, how do you empower and enlighten people? When I say people, I'm speaking specifically about blacks that is enslaved when they don't even think or realize that they're enslaved.
That what?
That don't realize they're how do you empower and enlighten?
You know, I just would like to say it one more time. There's this notion that there's something wrong with black people, okay? And I want to just emphasize, because I make a big statement about this, like, oh, what's wrong with us? Like, we're unenlightened, simple-minded, backward. We have been enslaved, in fact, okay? Everybody wasn't a runaway slave. Just like right now, everybody ain't involved in no revolutionary activity. Although we having a nice conversation about revolution, we ain't all revolutionaries in this room. So let's not talk about how we need to enlighten these ugly, ignorant people. Let's talk about how we might want to create a movement that actually does something more than have a conversation at Laney College. That's where I go.
We've been, all the things that we've been talking about are the tools that are possible to educate, transform, and empower. We need to use every means at our disposal to be able to do that.
I think when I was at the peer group for recovery to white supremacy, like Dr. Nathan here, he talked about moving from the philosophical down to the basic heart, spirit, soul connection. I feel like that's what inspires. It's not just like, you know, you can spill the facts about Timbuktu, but being honest about your experience and healing it to, you know, feel it to heal it. And acknowledging and honoring our pain, honoring all of our experience. So I feel like just getting to that place within yourself is going to inspire people, not being philosophical about it, but standing in your own truth.
That's right. Any questions on this side?
How you doing? Yeah, very inspired just to see just the amount of education and just the different journeys that you guys have taken. Ma'am, with the beautiful gold chain right there, I was inspired by your journey from dance to education. And I was wondering, you know, with dance and for me, dance and sports is something I could easily gravitate towards. I could do for hours. You know, education could be a little bit more drudgery for me, right? So the whole journey from like getting in the zone and doing something that you're passionate about and transitioning into education, I think that'd be really great to hear you expound on that a little bit.
Well, it's all about, I think one of the sisters said, instead of thinking about a career, think about your purpose. Yeah. And if one begins to examine oneself and to really realize, why are you here? Why am I here in this time and space? What purpose am I supposed to serve by being here? If you ask yourself those kinds of existential questions, then whatever you do is going to be a tool in order to be able to accomplish whatever you think that purpose is. So I could easily move from dance into education, because as I was trying to explain, when I was dancing, I felt that's what I was doing anyway. So, and my mind was never separate from my body. I was always thinking, feeling, and intuiting as I was moving to the music or the poetry, because I used to do improv dance to Ntozake Shange's poetry in bars and theaters and, you know, any place that we could get an audience. So it's about finding purpose and then being willing to do the hard work that it takes to build your skills to be able to serve that purpose in the best way that you can, to fulfill your time for being here. I think it was Shirley, the first black woman to run for president, Shirley Chisholm. She said, service is the rent that we pay for taking up space.
That's right. That's right.
Okay? So just realize that we all have a purpose, and the highest purpose is to serve, and then if it takes you going into that library and reading every book that it took to be able to get better at your skills, do it. Do the hard work that it takes.
You know, I want to, because it's 4 o'clock, Marvin's standing over there. I know he must have something to say. But you know he ain't going to let us go if he don't say something. But that's why we love Marvin. And I want to say on behalf of this, if that's your protege, you've done a great job. That might be the best thing you've ever done.
I have a few students in the house.
Okay, excuse me.
I got a few students, but Aries is one that's got that New York spirit, and she came here with that New York spirit. You know, I thought I was a hustler. She used to put me to shame. She'd stop the cars on the street, on Market Street, make them stop and give her a donation. I ain't gonna do that, you know. But I just want to say, you know, I came from a strong black woman, so I love strong black women. So I'm just honored to be here. I'm honored that y'all are here, and I want to just thank the president of Laney College. Is she in the house? Where's the prez at? Where's the prez? Where's she at?
She's up there. There she is, Elnora T. Webb. And she's the reason we in here with the Black Arts Movement Conference. And so she backing us, and so we gonna back her because we heard she got some problems over here, and we want to help her, and we want her to help us because it's a community here. You know, it's you help me, and I help you. You know, that's a kind of East Coast spirit, but the California got to get into it. You know, it ain't no one-way thing. So we gonna thank these powerful women here. Give them a hand. Give them a hand. Give them a hand. Yeah. Black Arts West. Black Arts West. Thank you. I speak to you in the name of love. In the name of love, we come, we go. Peace. In the name of love. In the name of love, we exist forever. We are the thrashing floor, the opening door. In the name of love. Life is for love. Give love, receive love, submit to love. Do not deny love. Suffer only a little while for love. Let not love make you suffer. Long suffering is not love. Peace is love. A face of joy is love. Tell me of love, you who have loved longer than I. In the fire of love. In the heaven of love, I am a child in the name of love. Let me grow in love. I am the blackbird in love. I fly with love. I swoop into the ocean and pluck the fish in the name of love. Oceans flow with love. Let the ocean wash me with love. Even the cold ocean is love. Morning swim is love. The ocean chills me with love. From the deep come fish full of love. Praise God. In the name of love, unconditional and forever, never leaving, always with thee, a friend who comes in love as the ocean ever constantly comes upon the shore. In the name of love. My mother kisses me. She is mine every single kiss, every touch of her sweet black honey lips is love. I kiss her lips, I kiss every inch of her in the name of love. Down in the creek is love. Weeds growing in the creek is love. See the colors of love, even the colors of weeds are love. Somebody help me. And what will come with the power of love? See the rocks? Even in the rocks live the color of love. Let love shine in your life. Cast out what is not love. Be in love only with love. If love cuts too deep, it is not love. Dance to love, shout to love. This is my land. Land of my ancestors, land of Nat Turner, land of Sojourner Truth, land of Harriet Tubman. I claim all of it, every inch of it, in the name of love. I claim the corn, the peppers, almonds, the bees, the raisins, the cotton, I claim in the name of love. In the valley, heat love is on the vines. Hot love in the valley, I love hot dripping love in the vines, the grapes in the name of love. I return to the corn, there is love in the corn. All the valley is my love, the orchards, the cows, the horses, I am of this love. Even the junkyard in the city is my love. I love junkyard love. If you can understand the train yards of West Oakland are my love. My childhood essence is jumping on the freight trains is my love in the name of love. Even the Oakland Public Library on Peralta Street is my love. The little chairs of love stories of Negroes in literature is love. But the black librarian lady with the funny wig is love. Let love shine throughout the land forever and ever. Let love wash away evil and pain and sickness and disease, lies and oppression. Let love unite the people in a dance of praise to freedom and truth. Let daughters unite with fathers and fathers with daughters and sons in the name of love.
well, well.